Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all of you across the world, and welcome to 3D Tech Fest. We're going to get started here in just a few minutes, but throughout these 3 days, we want you to get involved. So as we're getting our stream together this morning, get in the comments and let us know maybe what your favorite time of year is, what your favorite season is, and we'll get started shortly.
Okay, good morning, afternoon, evening, everybody, depending on where you are. For me, I'm in the UK, so it's my afternoon. It's 2 p.m. here. It's also my autumn, just about autumn, fall. So I'm going to cast my vote for that season. I like nice weather. I like snow. I'm a pretty big fan of the whole Halloween aesthetic, the whole kind of falling leaves and that whole type of things. I get the US, you describe me as a pumpkin spice person. Anyway, with that out of the way, I'm really glad to be back here again. Anyone who's been to one of these 3D Tech Fest events before will possibly recognize me. This is the third time that I've been invited back to host. When I was here last time, we talked a lot about, and the focus was very much on how people bring the possibilities of technology to life. So from my point of view, it's amazing to see that continue to manifest itself, particularly in a year like this one. You know, the 3D Tech Fest team, the Albanon team, started doing these events at the peak of COVID in 2020. So we're on the fifth iteration of something now. And you would expect in some areas that the fifth time through, there wouldn't be that much to talk about. There wouldn't be that many people left. It's quite the opposite. I had 20 presentations yesterday from some fascinating people across a broad spectrum of things, from AI, neurodiversity, inclusivity, digital materials. And today we've got another 20 presentations lined up. 20 people across 8 presentations. And there's just such a huge amount to talk about when it comes to 3D, when it comes to the digital product creation ecosystem that's drawn up around it, and when it comes to what digital transformation means and what it can do. I want to tell you a bit about, very quickly, what it means to me. So for the me topic, I've been thinking about 3D and digital product creation for most of my career. So 15 years in the technology side of fashion. And there's been some very, very smart people who've been thinking about it and putting it into practice for a lot longer than me as well. And I've been interested in computer graphics for a lot longer than that. There aren't that many things that stay interesting and stay exciting and stay cool for 15 years. But 3D really stands out from that point of view. And across that whole time, I think the objective of what the industry wants to accomplish, what individual people want to accomplish with 3D and digital product creation has been fairly consistent. There's a huge range of possibilities out there. There's a lot of mileage that comes from the idea of being able to bring a garment, a piece of footwear, an accessory to life in 3D. It gets you everything from a completely different model of interacting with your suppliers, a completely new form of creative expression. It gets you into changing the way you engage with consumers. It gets you into rethinking the whole design, development, production workflow. But all of that stems from one core kind of vision and one core objective, which is to shorten the distance from a vision to a decision. And that for me has always been the key of this. And it also happens to be essentially the theme of today, because in most of those instances I've just talked about, and in a lot of other kind of anything you can think of where you would use a 3D representation of a product, the key thing is that it anchors to something that is physically producible, something that is going to be made. And that drive to rethink how we design, develop, produce, that's been the kind of engine that's been driving all of this forward. There's a lot of decisions that get made in that process that can be made based on a digital asset. And all of those either ladder up to a different and unique experience, or they ladder down to something that gets physically made. So our focus today is very much on how 3D, digital product creation, digital transformation are driving a different design to production workflow and are anchoring in a different way of actually making physical garments. So to get through all of that topic, all of that subject matter, you're going to see a lot of me today. I'm going to be jumping in and out in between the different sessions to introduce speakers to you. Maybe I'm going to exercise my prerogative and ask a few questions of folks. You'll also have the opportunity to ask your own questions in some sessions as well. And I'll let you know when that opportunity comes up, and any thoughts that you have, you want to interject, any questions you want to ask, you can put those in the comment box. We will get to those provided we have time. And what I'm also going to do is try and contextualize a lot of what we're talking about, right? When we have individual speakers talking about a wide range of different possibilities, what I want to do is just make sure that all of those are centered in this core theme that we've been talking about today. Now, I don't want to run through the full agenda because I think everybody who's signed up to this has either seen it, you've seen it in your inbox, it's available on 3dtechfest.com. Across 8+ sessions, 20+ speakers, there's a lot to get into. What I am going to do is introduce each one individually, tell you a little bit about what they're going to talk about, pop back in and out. And so I'm going to be your consistent fixture across this agenda, and you're going to see a lot of other people with expert perspectives on a lot of other different things as we go. The first one of those that I want to hand over to is Bershka, who is Chief Strategist at Fashion AI Hub. And he's going to be talking about another topic that I've also been thinking about for a long time, maybe not 15 years, but something like it, and that's AI. So the Interline, we released our AI report for 2024 this summer, so it's fresh in my memory. And one of the key misconceptions I think that people have around AI is that it's only really useful in the design and development space. But Bershka is going to share his perspective on why it has a much deeper role to play in production. So Bershka, I'm going to hand over to you. Hi, how are you doing?
Hey, hi Ben. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, whichever. I'm good. I'm good, and I liked your the way you talked about the 15. Not so much about 15 years, but the AI industry has been kind of going through a lot of growth period in the last 15 years. So yeah, hopefully I can answer.
Absolutely, I think that's very fair to say, and I think 3D and digital product creation as well. Those, if I could wrap those two things together, those are two very interesting sectors where a lot of investment and a lot of attention is being paid.
Awesome. So maybe quickly, I'll introduce. Hi, everyone. I am Bhaskar, and I'm from Fashion AI Hub. We are an early stage community focused on helping our members get value from AI. Now, my topic today, as mentioned by Ben earlier, is about how AI can play a much deeper role in driving responsible growth, not just in certain areas, but across the entire value chain. Right. So I'm going to quickly cover a couple of minutes. I do want to set the stage on in terms of what does AI mean for us, and then dive into real life experiences and examples and some of the actions that you can take today to leverage it, right? And we'll just close it with a special sweetener for you to get started. I hope you'll like it. So, why define AI? Everybody should know, right? But then AI is such an umbrella term, so overused in the last few months that we did find it necessary to almost start all our conversation with just setting the definitions. Now, imagine, sorry. Imagine a world where cars, bikes, rockets, and all modes of transportation are all referred to as just vehicles, right? No one knows how to separate a bus from a rocket. Now, that's exactly how the term AI is being used today. So, someone's trying to buy a vehicle for their company, and they go on looking for the best in class vehicle, right? And a provider suggests that this is a groundbreaking new vehicle that kind of looks like a rocket. Now, when you then have to clarify, no, I don't really need to go across worlds. I just need to get from Singapore to Kuala Lumpur. Now, they may suggest an aeroplane. Now, you get the gist, and so on. The conversations could go in many directions, in any form, and the AI solution that you're looking for could be a rocket or a bus. And this confusion isn't all is partly comes from the variety of techniques parked under the umbrella term called AI. And the challenge that many face today, particularly with the advent of Gen AI, which kind of turned everything on its head in the industry development cycle, the challenge we face today is that there are too many purpose specific solutions under this one AI silver bullet, and business leaders do need to get ahead of that if you want to leverage it to its fullest extent. What do we do to avoid this confusion? We use the term AI from a very business perspective. No jargon out here. Any technique or toolkit that you can use to use that uses data to support or enhance a business decision or a process. Now, with that kind of set as a background, let's start looking at a couple of examples. We'll start with a retailer on how they use to power their growth. Now, you may be aware with these two brands. Let's start at the top of business model innovation. Now, as some of you know, both the Trunk Club and Stitch Fix were part of the digital models in selling personalized clothing styles as a subscription. Now, the Trunk Club mainly started around 2009 and mainly focused on streamlining the operations, while they did use the data as a digital player, but not really as an integral role. They were sold to Nordstrom 2014 and closed due to viability in 2022. Right now, on the other hand, Stitch Fix, founded about a couple of years later, they focused on data at the core of everything that they from the early days. And today, they're a public company clocking in around $2 billion. One of the key differences between these two online players was the use of AI. I wouldn't say everything, but that's the main difference. Now, Stitch Fix designed the entire operating model as an AI embedded matching service between products and customers. Now, this allowed them to create a much more sustainable approach to personalize at scale across millions of customers and thousands of brands and many more interactions. Now, it's not just at the business model level and not just for the retailers. Now, if you look at on the under the hood, manufacturers, right? How does the supply chain partners or the manufacturers are able to use AI? Take the case of Tuntex. They are a sportswear manufacturer in Southeast Asia. They're a supply chain partner for the likes of Nike, Adidas, Puma, you name it. Now, for them, maintaining the quality of fabric is paramount. Their orders and customer trust really depend on Turntex fabric inspection team being able to spot the problem rolls before they get manufactured. Right now, yet the inspection was predominantly manual. Every new defect would take 20 minutes. Now, given the complexity of handling some of these highly elastic materials used in swimwear products, this was also very slow and cumbersome. Now, what did they do? They actually used one of the techniques, computer vision, combined with robotics, to inspect fabric quality very quickly across the entire pile. Right now, the algorithms identify the common fabric defects. They also spot new fabric defects by scanning every part of the roll. So what did they gain? Obviously, they were able to detect much more accurately, but more importantly, it gave them the ability to handle even wider variety of fabrics. Now, I can keep going on to many such examples. There are many of these examples where AI is driving multitude of objectives across the entire value chain, right? Whether it is demand forecasting or driving environmental impact or optimizing distribution networks, there are increasing number of uses being identified, tested, and then deployed in across the fashion value chain. All right. Now, what we have done to simplify this exploration both for our members and the business leaders, we actually built an index of the diverse areas of impact AI can have. Now, some of these AI techniques are more mature than others. You'll see those green, orange, gray flags. It just tells you how mature AI solutions in that space are. And the other is the complexity of deploying AI for these objectives, which also differs a lot, from super simple out of the box services to completely custom built algorithms and processes. So we indexed around 40 areas of impact using these dimensions across every part of the chain, from design to fulfilling to producing or making and selling, and even after the stock leaves the shelves, right, off the shelves, post sale. Now, you can access this entire map of areas of impact with the descriptions and examples using the QR code. It's mainly a reference point on where all can AI help us. Right now, let us look at how you can speed up your company's efforts to get value from AI today. Now, there are a couple of things all the AI leaders do to accelerate value from their AI journey. Regardless of the size of the business and adoption maturity, you can take cues from these AI leaders. It may sound like a lot of complexity, but it can be certain process can help you accelerate it. And yeah, you don't need to run off to engage consultants yet. So, firstly, don't look at AI as one silver bullet. Like I mentioned, different techniques for different problems, right? So, or even think of this as a separate AI strategy. I see this term being used very often nowadays. What you really are looking for is an AI addendum to your business strategy. So if you find out areas in your business strategy that require a boost, and ask how AI can deliver these objectives. So instead of wondering if you can use AI for better product design, outline and ask around, can we sell faster using AI? Or any other such business critical objective. So your AI addendum may have maybe 10 or 15 such areas where AI is a suitable solution for your business strategy. Now, beyond outlining the dollars, you do want to ensure that um, you and your team start building the skills to make use of AI. Now, I'm not asking everyone to just start running off to doing LLMs and customizing models, but and you don't need everyone to become an AI developer or ML engineer. But every business leader and the business roles like merchandisers and production staff do need to understand where and how to use AI solutions. And that's absolutely essential. Now, you can start with the champions for the areas in your AI addendum. Make sure they're familiar with how to use and evaluate AI initiatives. There are many types of resources available, like the online programs offering AI for business, or more involved hands-on programs like from institutes like AI Singapore, right? Now, some of the larger companies may even need to build their own programs, but that's you can do that using collaborating with industry communities like Fashion AI Hub. They are better suited to help you with that, right? But having an organizational view of skills is super critical. And finally, you can and you should be prepared to iterate and experiment your AI projects very quickly. Just a quick example of a European retail giant. They were trying to build a demand forecasting system, and they started with a single model for all the women's wear. Now they iterated in very quick streams within weeks to evolve into multiple models. And what it led them is to go beyond demand forecasting to understand the planning needs as well as inventory management objectives. Now, it took them overall 6 months to get to the point to scale, but they started seeing the benefits from the first iteration onwards. And these iterations are critical, right? Now, when we look at critical iterations, the flywheel effect, really the early adopters that I've seen or the more mature organizations have seen, is when you're able to do the entire initiative from defining a problem statement to prototype ready to deploy within 9 to 12 weeks. That's the pace at which you can actually do this, right? This involves obviously finding a team, providers, designing solutions, and pulling together the prototype. Even if it's a very simple out of the box kind of a solution, there is a need to validate the benefits. Now, it may seem like a lot of work to do, so here is where our sweetener comes in. So we have designed, working with some of the members and ecosystem player, we have designed an industry challenge to simplify the experimentation process through our streamlined and industry leading process. We actually manage the entire prototype cycle in just about 8 weeks. This ensures that the industry partners can focus on defining the problem statements and evaluating a working solution for their problem, and finally decide to deploy it or not, right? By the way, we're in the midst of launching this challenge and are seeking companies to partner with us. Whether you're a brand, retailer, or a manufacturer, you can be an industry partner for this challenge. Do register your interest to know how the program works and how you can lower your cost of AI innovations and accelerate your growth. With that, I would like to call back on Ben. Thank you, everyone, for giving me this chance to share some of the ideas.
Oh, amazing. Thank you very much, Bershka. I'll just remind everybody in the audience, if you've got any thoughts on any of these sessions as we go, including anything I say, feel free to put those down in the comments. You don't have to be specific questions. Questions are good. We should have opportunities for questions on some of these sessions. Even just key takeaways, the way you feel about something that somebody said. There's really kind of the way you feel is valid, and I think we'd be really keen to know what sentiment is around some of these different areas. And for me, Bershka, that's really interesting, especially as somebody who's kind of got the top level perspective that you have, and you're able to see what for me is the most important journey around AI and it as part of digital transformation, which is how quickly we're going from, like you said, broad possibilities of LLMs and things into more turnkey solutions, into things that people can actually roll out and actually deploy.
Absolutely. And if you look at it, actually, every one of us is using AI as individuals, right? The real challenge enterprises today face is that how do you make that an organizational capability? In that sense, just like the previous wave around digital transformation, right? The digital adoption came in the consumer space much before in the enterprise. And the transformation efforts had it's a lot to do with how do you make it work at an organizational mechanism as well as technology, right? So I would say AI is in that space where I think figuring out the techniques at an organizational level and make them work for the entire, and
Super. No, that's perfect. And I see the team have put a link in for anyone who wants to go and explore what it means to be a partner from your side as well. So thank you very much for that. I really appreciate your perspective, Bhaskar. Next, we're going to shift gears slightly, and we're going to get a little deeper into production. So this next session is a panel discussion roundtable. It's hosted by Simon Platts, who's a co-founder and board advisor at Recon. I'm going to let Simon introduce himself, introduce his speakers, but I'm looking forward to the spotlight that they're going to shine on how digital product creation, DPC, 3D, is changing how we think about manufacturing. So Simon, it's over to you.
Okay. Thank you, Ben, and welcome. We've got a great panel here today to talk about the subjects that we're going to cover. I'll hand over. My name's Simon Platts. I'm the co-founder and board advisor of Recon, and I also most recently was the responsible sourcing director and director of ESG for ASOS.com, which is an online retail business. Too many years in the business to mention, but suffice to say that I'm very familiar with some of the subjects that are being talked about today. But I'll hand over to the other people on the call if they can just introduce themselves and tell us a little bit about what they do within the companies they work for. So first of all, maybe go over to Hasini and Anupama.
Yeah, sure. So I'm Anupama. Both of us are from MAS DPC Center of Excellence. So I lead DPC for the enterprise, and at enterprise level, we have about 10 different companies that we do work in 3D. And the role of the DPC COE is to really give leadership, structure, strategy, and really look at what's out there, right? So a little bit about MAS. We're a $2 billion company into swimwear, intimates wear, and activewear. And we work with some of the brands like Nike, Victoria's Secret, Gap, PVH, Blue, and Speedo.
So hi, I'm Hasini. So I am the program lead for DPC Center of Excellence. So I work with Anupama. So I give leadership, or I oversee all of the technical related projects that we do. So I help with commercializing certain tools that we are working on, like the DPC related tools that we have. And also I help Anupama with adoption across the said 10 companies that we have to drive DPC across every organization. Maybe over to Katerina.
Yeah.
Okay. Hi, my name is Katerina, and I am the general manager for Featuring Limited, which is an auto international company, and we do specialize in 3D product development services and help our customers to achieve end-to-end experience, particularly in apparel. And Auto International is a big sourcing organization headed in Hong Kong. We source for dozens of clients across the globe, and we do sourcing across all categories, including hardline and so on.
Fantastic. And Anupam?
Hi everyone, I am Anupam Nichavan. I head DPC and sample for the Alpine Group. We are a vertical setup from concept, fabric to the final product. We provide services throughout. And within DPC, again, we start from the digital fabrics till the final virtual showrooms, digital twins. We try and support our brand customers as much as possible throughout their journey. And we are working with some of the best brands around the world, like Lululemon, Under Armour, American Eagle, Walmart, Sam's, many others. And very excited. Let's begin.
Fantastic. Great. Well, we seem to be working with a lot of the brands, and I'm very hopeful that these brands are, if not early adopters, maybe late to the party, but hopefully they want to get drunk quick on this kind of future technology, because it's really important
Yes.
for the industry.
Yes, Simon. Absolutely.
Well, look, I thought what would be great to kick off was for everybody, perhaps we go back to Hasini to start with, to just give us a little bit of an idea of where you are with your brands on the journey, and what kind of challenges you're facing and what opportunities you've seen, and give us a little bit about how it's working for you. So maybe we start with Hasini and Anupama.
Sure. So for MAS, actually, we started the DPC journey around a decade ago, maybe. So like you said, Simon, I think we also started with Optitex and certain tools that are out there. But now, as of today, we are doing around 4,000 unique styles per year. And like I said earlier, we have 10 apparel units and supply chain units who are in the DPC journey. So we have around 60 plus digital technologists who are working on DPC. They are like pattern makers or designers who are working in 3D. And like Anupama said earlier, we are servicing brands like all the around 50 plus brands, ranging from all our C1 brands, that is like Nike's, Lululemon's, Gap, Athleta, all of those brands, to all of the small up and coming brands as well. And we have the capability as of now, like in the industry, we have the capability of taking decisions through digitally, except for fit stages, of course, in all other product, in all the stages, and offer all product categories as well. So we are specifically in intimates wear and swimwear and activewear. So that's where MAS is working at the moment. So for all of those product categories, except for fit, we have the capability of taking all digital decisions for all of these brands. In the past, of course, we were focusing more about getting our talent in line, or getting the infrastructure and building the skills, and also standardizing the processes. And this actually led into our supply chain onboarding as well, not just the apparel manufacturing teams, but also supply chain units. And also one of the key things that I wanted to highlight is us having a centralized dedicated material scanning unit for MAS, so to service all of those 50 plus brands that I spoke of earlier. So we have one centralized unit that scans all the materials, or rather digitize all the materials, so that across MAS you have exact correct standards, and it's up to all the industry standards, and we are certified as well through WISU. Actually, we were the first to be certified as well for our standards.
So I think over the years, our focus has been building capability and setting the right foundation, right? Because that's your stronghold on scaling, right? So come to now, and between now and the next immediate future, let's say 2 years, right? Our focus is now on, okay, based on the capabilities we've built, how do we go from driving further adoption? How do we get the best of the technology that is out there? And implement it across the enterprise. So yes, we have penetrated across the enterprise, but it's very different to saying it's a daily thing. That's how we make decisions on a regular basis. We've got really realized the full potential or the impact, right? So we are now shifting focus and moving more towards building capability, while we'll keep on our research pipeline. Focus is more on reaching maturity, reaching scale, and impact that comes with it, and taking our brands along that journey.
And talking of the journey, I'll ask the other guys same in a second. What would you say the appetite now versus 2 or 3 years ago is like between you and the brands to adopt this kind of technology? Is it a lot? They're a lot more encouraged and a lot more happy to engage, or versus 3 years ago, or what's the feeling like for you on that?
I think it's mixed, right?
Yeah.
Because 2-3 years ago was the prime of COVID, right?
Yeah.
And that kind of boosted everything that we did, right? So pre-COVID, we were only doing about, just to give you some context, right? Pre-COVID, we were only doing about 1,000
Maybe
styles, even less, right?
Yeah.
Then with COVID, we went from doing 1,000 styles to about 3,000 styles. Now we are doing 4,000, right? So the good thing is we've been able to ride on the wave and come out of it as well. But it doesn't mean during COVID there was a sense of urgency, right? Everyone wanted to do it, also because there was no other option, right? So coming out of COVID, certain brands which had strategy in place anyway, right? If they already had a roadmap anyway, they with or without COVID, they knew what they want to go, we saw them continuously growing on top. And during COVID, maybe they went all in, but then post COVID, we saw them rationalizing and making sure going back and getting their house in order, right? So we saw that.
But even like post COVID like this, currently we see that brands are still willing to go through that DPC journey, but it has evolved into a more not digital only, but it has evolved to a phygital method of working, if that makes sense, right? Because they are also visiting, they are coming back to the countries because travel was not there during COVID, but now they are coming back. So how we incorporate DPC or all these digital tools into a physical environment and still utilize that capability. So that's what our approach is also. And I think brands are also moving in that way, which we see brands are adapting to.
And as long as your value can be continued and scaled irrespective of, because the bottom line is what the industry is asking hasn't changed, right? It's for speed, it's for cost efficient, it's for agility. So over time that has remained consistent. So if you are able to kind of service that need, I think you'll be able to sustain momentum, even though you'll hit some short-term road.
I guess the accelerator also is that now this opens up opportunities to be even quicker, more relevant, reduce impact, plays to the ESG sustainability values as well. So with that in mind, Katerina, how have you found it with your customers in terms of now versus a few years ago, and what it's looking like for you?
Yeah, so for us at Auto International, we started to be very invested in 3D solutions around 6-7 years ago. And this started as, of course, like building foundations. Then COVID came and this gave us a big push. And how I can compare what we were able to achieve, 4 or 5 years ago to what we can do now is really, I have to say we really made extreme or immense advancement in achieving real-to-life simulations in all aspects. So here I'm talking about the visuals, the drape and fit across the categories, because most of our clients, it's not good enough to have a product approval in 3D. So most of our clients think end-to-end. So this will include the fitting. So so for us, we call it like product advancement. So the goal is to achieve or raise the product advancements in all categories. So for us, it's everything singular jersey, it's sweater knits, it's denims. So we try, and each category has a different product advancement index, like as per my calculation. So we kind of to constantly have like R&D pipelines to raise this, right? So because the ultimate goal would be to have products and being them able to develop from development, including fitting, to manufacturing release with a minimum amount of samples. For some samples or categories, we do have clients who already achieve this with 0 samples. But of course, there are categories like sweater knit, complex padded fitted jackets where it's just not possible yet, right? So when I compare to years ago and now, so what we do now, the foundations for simple categories are there, we build on them, but we continue to work on issues that hinder us and the clients to adopt end-to-end solutions. So here again, what I mentioned before, lingerie fitting is one of them. So we made quite good progress in developing soft body avatars that allow lingerie, but lingerie is not lingerie. There are multiple categories, from simple bras, padded bras, all that. So we continue to further build on the promising results we were able to achieve and are currently further exploring the solution. So but this is where we are.
I think that advancement, that speed, I remember 30 years ago holding up a CAD of a swim short print in a selection meeting and the buying director saying, I can't sign that off from a CAD. And the idea that we couldn't go beyond seeing a physical garment or a physical sample, and look at where we are today. I think that advancement in getting that reality to the garments, and like you say, with washes on denims, it can be quite difficult, but progress is happening at your end. And I believe that the retailers and brands are starting to understand the value associated, the reduction in time and cost that they can have now adopting this. So it's great to see that you're both saying that's how it's progressing for you. And how about yourself, Anupam? How's it for you guys?
So the journey has been quite eventful, if I put it that way. We also started somewhere 6 to 7 years back, and it was mostly the brand driven. So what was their requirement? We were just fulfilling that, and then COVID came, and COVID was not only a catalyst where it was driving DPC for the brands, but even for manufacturers, we understood how we have to have the core fundamentals of DPC within the team. What are the advantages of technology? And then the sky was the limit post that. We understood that, for us during COVID, I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
During COVID, for us, it was mostly about getting the fundamentals correct, getting the fit correct. Like Katrina was saying that, reducing the number of samples, reducing the calendar was the main focus 2 to 3 years back. And we worked on all those aspects very deeply. From there, today we have started, integrating further teams to our DPC. So it's not only our core DPC team that we are, technically, strengthening, but it's also our fit technicians. It's also our CAD team, which is working with the physical samples, integrating them into digital so that we create a common platform where our physical garments and our virtual garments are as realistic to each other as possible.
And while we're talking about that, what do you think you could do to move that needle quicker in terms of adaptation of DPC?
What we have felt, Simon, here is adaptation for DPC has to be a collaborative effort from brands as well as manufacturers. So I would put it in 2 phases. The first being collaboration and education. Whoever can teach us, we are open to learn new things because it's a ever changing industry, and also extend the same collaboration and training to our brand partners.
Yeah.
The second, the most important, what I found to be is to customize solutions for our brands. I have seen that initially there are certain brands who have not yet adapted DPC or who do not have seen the value in this investment, are hesitant to even, even begin thinking about it.
Mm-hmm.
So, for example, for one of our brand partners, we customized a solution for them. We understood that for the first 6 months of their product development, it was a long product development because they had at least 2 to 3 rounds of physical sampling in which they were just doing design iterations, like changing the yoke length, changing the zipper placement, even graphics. So we went back to them and we said that we'll give you virtual samples within 2 days of releasing your tech pack or a design, along with let the physical sample get ready. We'll get the fabric, we'll get everything ready for you. And in between, if you want to change something, we'll incorporate it within this sample itself. Initially, it was hesitant. They were hesitant and it took some time. But today, we have totally incorporated them into DPC. Mm-hmm. So basically, we cannot go with one shoe fits all approach here. Yeah. We need to understand what is the requirement and solve real-time problems. Yeah, that I think would really help us move the needle faster.
Yeah, I think you're spot on there with the education piece, and then the customization. The idea of, well, look, we'll still make your samples, but we're going to do it also in a virtual way, and we'll show you, we'll bring you along on the journey rather than just kind of cutting it in half and saying we're not making samples, we're only going to do it digital. You can imagine that it's going to throw everyone into a panic mode. So yeah, great.
Absolutely. And we cannot expect, anyone to build up the trust on digital unless they have seen it work.
Yeah.
So absolutely. We need to have that window where we are offering them both the options in the same frame.
Yeah. It's taken a long time to get where we are today.
Yes.
Katerina, what do you think have been the biggest barriers for you guys with regards to sort of bringing this through into your workflow, whether that be to your customer or whether it be to your customer, accepting what you're trying to do?
Yeah, in my function, we work both sides. On the one hand, it's the brand customer, but also the manufacturer. So I do see that the reasons for a low implementation, they do vary. But for the most part, there's actually no doubt that this is the future, right? But what I see, and it's, I would say, usually it can be the missing strategic direction that covers 3D and digitalization. Sometimes there is not like a roadmap. It was maybe like a crutch during the pandemic, but it's sometimes not really covered. There is not a strategic direction. Maybe not having a clear picture on the ROIs. It's an investment, as we just heard, not only monetary investment, but you need to build up skills in your organization. Often it's also the missing a full commitment across all stakeholders. So for in our case, if we talk end to end, it doesn't work if the designer is accepting, but the QA department is rejecting the idea, right? So we need to have them all aligned. Not aligned goals can hinder a faster adaptation of DPC process. Let's say marketing departments return rates. So we do serve a lot of e-commerce businesses, right? So we don't have so many brick and mortar shops. So the potential of reducing return rates is high. But here we talk to different stakeholders. It's marketing people, so it's not product development people. So having all this aligned would lead to a faster adaptation. But very often, and Anupam mentioned this, it's the doubt of, are 3D samples actually accurate? Can I make a decision? Can I decide on the fit? And this is the educational part, learning how to interpret what we are seeing, right? But very often what I see with AI coming into place, there's so much you can do, so many solutions. So it's really the overwhelming feeling of not knowing exactly where to start and how to start as a brand. What do I choose? Which software, which program? And this all goes down to the manufacturers, right? Very often, I'm sure you guys have from Vistitcher to Glow to everything, because different clients have different requests. But what I can say as a good outlook is that if clients answered the questions, or if they just started regardless this journey, right? They are very focused now of adjusting their internal processes, developing new and digital aided processes, because the processes need to change with a vendor, with us, and the client side. So we do see a lot of that. And what is really important, they all accumulate knowledge and skills. And this is really helping removing the hurdles as we go. Because I think what is really important, and this is what I believe in, we can't answer all the questions up front or solve all the problems. You need to start somewhere. And then along the way, you remove, you acquire, and you know how the technology is, also developing. So this would help us. But yeah.
And what would you say that from your client base, the e-commerce people have been quicker to adapt this, or has it just been different brands at different pace, or has there been a definite difference between bricks and mortar and e-commerce?
It depends where they start. So there are examples where e-commerce driven brands look into CGI, let's say only for e-commerce purpose. So for them, they would be okay to digitalize a pattern coming from a vendor. So the product is developed the traditional way. You just create a digital photo sample. So you kind of exclude the whole development process. This is possible, but we do believe in OI that you are not able to harvest all benefits there are in digital product creation if you just do, let's say, one step. Because in the end of the day, like in our organization, we work browseware. So the efforts are the same, but in the end of the day, you just use the digital picture for selling the product. So it's kind of almost wasted effort, right? Because you could do so much more.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
yes, I think as a starters, it's great. So if you can show off how much photo sample marketing expenses, you could save. This is immense, right? But we usually want to encourage the end-to-end journey and really see if you start developing your assets, and you move them from area to area, this is where you can actually gain the most benefits for you and your organization. But again, all the stakeholders should be aligned. This is what I mentioned before. It's not only okay if only the designers approve, but if people contradict or don't believe, it's a little bit difficult. Yeah,
it has to be, like you say, a strategic decision. I'm
yes,
very familiar with that. And obviously you start off talking about something that might be a cost, then you start to realize that actually there's a value saving, whether it's speed to market. Then you potentially see cost savings, reduction in samples, reduction in costs, and increased sales, and it flows. But it's just making that leap of faith and getting going in the first place, I guess, is the biggest challenge. And that kind of leads on. I'll go over to the guys at Mass, talk to you guys a little bit about what would you say that you feel are the biggest challenges for the retailers to adopt this, and what have you been told by retailers why it's difficult for us to do this? What's holding them up?
So I think different brands, and I say retailers, I go with brands. So they have multiple, right? Depending on what the kind of brand, the kind of product they service. But I think if I just summarize, it might all come down to people, process, technology, as well as structure and strategy, right? So when it comes to technology, everyone has access to technology. But if you take two companies, they've adopted in a very different way. They're successful very differently, right? So I think one bigger factor is people, right? When I say people, it's also the people that do the work of the work, as well as the leadership, as well as the middle layer. So all across, right? So we see certain brands who are, it's led by a very passionate, highly, enthusiastic, middle level leader who kind of set things across. But it doesn't move thereafter because it's not bought in by the leadership, right? And I see mostly when it comes to brands who are starting off, it's always led by a person who's motivated. They might come from design, they might come from technical, and they will get their team together and move forward, right? But then when it's new, right, to Anupam's and Katrina's points, right, it's hard to justify ROI, right? Because when you're just starting off, you don't know where to get started. You don't know how to get started. You just know that you want to get started and go after this, right? So being able to justify and come up with, okay, if I do X, Y things, I'm able to get this much of impact in, this amount of time is a tough one. And when it takes longer, you tend to lose leadership's attention, right?
Yeah.
So that's one challenge I'm seeing. So first of all, I'm not having a plan, right? To Katrina's point. So I think I'm pretty much wrapping up and adding a few things which Anupam and Katrina very nicely put across, right? So if you don't know where you're going and you're going somewhere, right? But whether you're headed in the right direction is a question. So I think it's very important as you start to keep an open mind, keep your plans slightly flexible, because you're about to hit roadblocks, you're about to learn a lot of things, and you can't always compare and have an exact copy of what someone else has done, right? So I think, today, compared to very large industries where DP is very mature, right? Whether it's gaming, filming, fashion industry is still early, but there is overwhelming amount of new technology, right? So which one do you go with? Which one do you, even if you have core technology, you still have a lot of adjacent technology, right? Yeah. So you might have this fear of missing out, and get lost in a pool of new technology. So those are few things I see in brands who are starting off. But when it comes to mature brands, they will have very new set of challenges.
So what would you say is working and what's not working that's helping you reach scale? What are the things that are helping you get to that scale, and what are the things that aren't helping?
Right. So I think we've made a bunch of learnings in almost a decade of being in this space, right? So I think what actually worked is our structure, right? So something that we did from the start was have a strong structure. So when you look at the enterprise level, we have a DPC Center of Excellence, right, which is my team. where we have a set of evangelists as well as 3D technologists who have a very advanced level of core skills in the software as well as adjacent, right? So as a team, you're able to harness and understand and interpret what's happening in the industry. Are they relevant to us? If so, how? And understanding brand pain points from the divisions, bring it back to the center, really looking at, how can these pain points be solved through technology. So the DPC COE structure was something we did well. And at our company level, right, at the division where actually the beauty and all these exciting things happen, right, where they do the work of the work, there most of our 3D tech, almost 95%, is from a technical background. So meaning they were in their past experience came from product development background, meaning pattern makers or garment makers. So yeah, and designers. So they're able to take the detailing of the product into the 3D. So that builds confidence because you have an appreciation of what the physical garment is, and when you are using the tool, you are trying to use in a way it will communicate accurate details, right? Technology will never be perfect, but there's a lot of things that you can do to build confidence and accuracy, right? Setting up strong foundations, whether it's infrastructure, simple things like what kind of devices do you use, right? Into processors, skill set, having a strong execution plan. So those were things that we did well, and of course, getting the leadership buy-in. I can't stress enough about making sure you have the sponsorship of your executive team as well as your middle level, right?
Yeah.
It will always evolve, and that what we actually realized was you can't put DPC ahead and say, look, we want to do it, give us your support, right? How do you kind of really align what you want to do to the business agenda, to the enterprise agenda, right? What's important to business, and how do we make sure what we do is successful through that, right? Hasani,
So yeah, I think adding on top of what Anupam and Katharina earlier mentioned, having that cross-functional team or the other stakeholders built in their buying to the process. So that is also very important in terms of our internal teams as well as from the brand side as well, right? So we are connecting with, because we are focusing on a lot on adoption as of now. And we realize that it's not just the central 3D team who's creating the 3D, who's responsible. You have to take it into the merchandising teams, marketing teams. So when they connect with the brands, also from the brand side, the brand designers, the brand marketing. So it has to be a proper conversation between everyone, because if it's just one person who's pushing 3D, like Anupama mentioned, it's not going to go forward. And also having having all of these DPC goals connected to our correct business goals. Like as an organization, we have business goals to achieve this much of business, to achieve this much of design conversions. So we are trying to align that with our we are trying to align that also to our DPC goals as well. And maybe just to
I think as on cross-functional, it's very important that you give awareness, right?
Yes.
You touch upon that. Because if your business teams, meaning your marketing teams, your design teams, right? So in MAS, DPC is led by the technical team and digital, right? But more often than not, design and marketing teams have the most amount of customer-facing time, right? So now we are actively trying to work towards creating more awareness, because since you are anyway in front of the customer, right? You understand the customer more. And if you knew what this is about and what it can solve, you'll take the conversation forward, right? And I think we can share a little bit about our best practice model as well.
And like we said, we are the center of excellence for the whole of organization. So we have 10 other units working. So we make sure that we have monthly, quarterly catch-ups with the organization, like, with all of these 60 plus technologies that we have, so that we share all the knowledges, because some SBUs and some brands may be in different levels of adoption, on different levels of maturity. So we want to share that knowledge or know-how or that process standardization across the organization as well.
Yeah, sometimes it could be in the form of a training, sometimes it could be like a workshop. And annually we do about this road show, right? It's like a mini PI apparel where 10 of these divisions come, showcase what they have been up to across all the across all the different platforms they use, show it to leadership. So So it builds that momentum and traction, right? And gives some motivation to the DPC folks here as well. Okay, so now what did not work? Yes, Simon.
Well, I was going to say I'm mindful we're going to be running out of time. I'm loving this though. We could be here for hours. I don't think we've got hours. We've not got long. So listen, I'm going to go on to the next to the next question. Which, if I can go to Katerina and Anupam on this, we know our industry, the fashion industry, has been, it's got lots of qualities and standardizations, manuals, testing manuals, and so on and so forth. Now it's starting to grow, and there's been a whole industry created out of that kind of way of working. What do you see the biggest challenges and opportunities when it comes to standardization using these kind of technologies? If I can come to Anupam first, we got a few minutes left. If you could keep it as brief as you can, but yeah, what do you think are the challenges and opportunities?
I'll try my best. You are absolutely correct. We can talk on hours and hours on all this. Coming back to your question, I think the biggest challenge when we are talking of standardization within the quality aspects for 3D is that till now, all the traditional quality manuals and standardized testings are made for the physical garments. We need something where we can translate those same standards to 3D digital garments. Mm-hmm. So at the moment, what I feel is that we do not have any unified standards for 3D garments. There's too much technology. There are core technologies. Within core technologies also, there are too many options right now. So some are using browseware, some are using clothes, some are using some other thing. So what is the standard?
A great answer.
I'll keep it brief.
Katerina. No worries. Katerina, what would you go along with that? Anything to add to that?
Yes, I would like to add, I think the most challenge is to keep the technology open to all categories. And some are more difficult than the others. So for multi-brand clients, it doesn't make sense to implement something like this if they can only cover t-shirts or sportswear. So it needs to be something that can cover all categories there are. So it's really for us, the crucial part is the virtual fitting for all these categories. And in terms of standardization, I can only give the example of a puffed, filled, kilted outdoor jackets, right? Visually, we can simulate this jacket great. It looks same like the physical sample, but the tech pack will say, oh, please fill the jacket with 220 gram polyester filling. Okay, great. What does it mean for my visual simulation? So 220 gram filling converts to which settings in whatever system I have, and having this available for global teams. So we have standardized and comparable results across vendors. This is really something where we need to go into standardization, raising the maturity of product advancement index of all these categories. And another point for me, it's not only standardizing, but it's also to shortening the simulation time. Because yes, we can do this great, but depending on the category, a simulation can take from minutes to a couple of hours, and maybe sometimes so the output, to increase the output of the simulations for complex product categories. I do believe that we can achieve this by knowledge accumulation, standardization, and really building the foundation of digital assets, conversion sheets, cheat sheets, however you want to call it. But yes,
gets to scale and speed. Well, listen, we really have run out of time, but I'll just ask you each one of you guys one sentence, if you can answer it. Why now? Why would you say, if you were pitching to me, I'm a brand, I'm Nike, why now? If you go to Hassani first.
Why now? So I think we are in a very challenging, fast-driven, volatile market at the moment, right? The whole world is. So I think having that right infrastructure, right technology, and right, basically right structures, which can change and adapt to that mind shift, that shifts that is happening really fast. And if we can adapt to it and serve our customers better without taking a lot of time to get there, I think that is what we should be doing. So that's why I think it's really important that we have the correct fundamentals. And, like we said, spoke of standardization and everything. So whenever there is a shift that is happening, we can react to it, and we can adapt it and serve all the customers better. So I think that's why that is important in my point of view.
So I think speed, agility,
Speed, yeah.
being able to be fluid, right, and respond faster is a need of the hour, right?
Yeah.
So when you have the means of doing it, yes, DPC can't solve everything for you, but if this gives you that, boost to do things faster, more flexible, and keep things agile, right? Because you're
More
always
efficiently,
trying to
you've got
be
efficiency,
faster market.
you've got reduction in environmental impacts. Hopefully you've cost savings, improved sales. I mean, like I said, I think we could go on for hours about this, to be honest. I think we all would champion that now is the time to be working with these technologies and looking how we can scale them across the industry. And I have to say, having suppliers like you, and I do know of you guys, really pushing this from your angle to the brands, I think it's really important. And it's great that you guys have seen what that future looks like, and you are pushing those brands to make these decisions, because it is hard, and it's hard for the brands and the retailers, but having suppliers like you that will support them on their journey and help them and educate them how to work with this kind of technology, I know has worked for me within the industry. So keep going. Thank you very much for your time. I'm sorry we didn't get to cover absolutely everything we wanted to talk about. But thank you very much for a really valuable contribution around this topic. Lovely to meet you all, and I'll hand us back to Ben now. So thanks very much, guys. All the best.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you.
A pleasure.
Cheers. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Simon. I enjoyed that one because I think from my point of view, there's two key pieces to that. One is the trust part, and one is the standardization part. And if you work for a brand, spare a moment and just kind of think about how much expertise and how much talent really sits in your supply chain. Because as I think, as I think they put it there, the education piece can flow both ways to get to that trust and get to that standardization, something that requires people from across the aisle to come together and to collaborate. So that one was fascinating for me. I'm now lucky enough, though, to be introducing somebody I already know. So as somebody, me, who spends a lot of time on the strategic side of the 3D digital product creation discussion, I'm very familiar with Alison Coder and her colleagues in the retail practice at Calypso. Alison's here to talk to us about the top findings from their latest DPC and digital adoption research and what the overall sort of strategic direction of 3D strategies looks like from here. So welcome, Alison. It's great to see you again.
Thanks, Ben. Nice to see you as well.
Likewise. I will get out your way. I just wanted to say hi. It's always, I've just recently had a conversation with your colleague Sophia about a lot of these same topics as well. So I'm looking forward to seeing what you got to say.
And I'm looking forward to hearing that podcast. Thank you, Ben.
Amazing.
All right. So today I'm here to talk about our 2024 digital adoption survey. But before I dive in, let me do a quick intro. So my name is Alison Coder. I'm a senior manager with Calypso. I lead our retail practice in consulting, and I'm also a member of the 3DRC board of directors. I joined the 3DRC 5 or so years ago now. And I've been sitting on the board for about a year. If you're not familiar with the 3DRC, it's a collaborative group of global retailers and brands that work together to advance 3D technology, excuse me, for apparel, accessories, and footwear designers, retailers, manufacturers, and supply chains. You can see on the screen the mission of the 3DRC is to provide direction, resourcing, and networking opportunities to the members to unlock and accelerate the potential value of 3D. So this organization is really influential. It brings together one voice for collective influence, and it's open to any retailer or brand currently using or planning to use 3D technology. The 3DRC is a really great industry group. Both what Calypso and the 3DRC does wouldn't exist today without this. This is the digital thread. The digital thread is broken into 4 parts that serve product and retail: discover, create, make, and sell. Below that, you can see the capabilities along the digital thread that highlight applications of virtualization, automation, and advanced analytics solutions to solve common and uncommon use cases. Most, if not all, brands have deployed a subset of these capabilities to serve digital design, merchandising, product creation, inventory management, etc. So this digital thread and these capabilities really summarize how the industry has been digitizing and will continue to do so in the future. The digital thread has evolved since it was first developed in response to industry conversations about 10 years ago. We've seen capabilities come in and out of focus as brands and technologies have matured and the world has changed around us. One of the ways we monitor this is through our annual digital adoption survey. So we began this survey in 2016. We rolled out our very first annual digital adoption survey. In 2023, over 100 people took the survey. We covered 5 topic areas: materials and components, concepting and ideation, development and manufacturing, sales and technology, and foundational technology. What we found in that survey was really important. We measured DPC adoption on a scale of 1 to 5, and the majority of people that responded rated their brand's abilities as a 4, which meant that they were in the process of scaling. So what we saw in that result was that the entire industry was self-identifying as being in an identical place with regards to DPC adoption. But in our roles, we're on the ground, we're with these brands every day. We know it looks different based on so many factors. So we need a new approach. For the 2024 survey, we decided to harness the conversations that we've been participating in and really dig into where the deviation in DPC adoption lies and what scaling looks like at a nuanced level, from challenges to successes. So to gain a more intimate understanding of a firm's position in DPC, we interviewed companies that partner with the 3DRC and asked questions that dived into 3 different subjects: team structure, capabilities, and barriers. Overall, we found common threads, unique solutions, and other really interesting insights that really give us a closer look into DPC's position in the industry. We don't have time to cover everything today, but these are some key themes we heard. No brands are in the exact same place. So that 4 that we heard in 2023 on the scaling maturity looks different based on the brand's priorities and how they've deployed the digital thread capabilities. But we still see 6 common themes that really impact what scaling looks like in 2024. These themes span from scaling challenges to what brands are thinking about for future enablers. So what they want to put into place so that scaling gets easier in 2025 and beyond. I'm not going to have time to touch on all of these today, but we will have a link at the end for you to go and download the research if you're interested. However, let's just touch on a couple of them. So we all know change is hard. Change can be difficult for a lot of brands. Shifting leadership has actually compounded this challenge in a big way. We're seeing across the industry new leadership coming into an organization, and they may have differing digital priorities. So the teams in the DPC space are seeing their need to shift resources to educate and align with leaders. Some brands are seeing their digital focus shift with different priorities based on their new leadership. But at the end of the day, no matter where you are in this executive musical chairs, the brands are seeing a need to renew focus on OCM and really up what their governance OCM looks like. We're also seeing some training and the balance between external and internal themes. So we just heard in that last presentation around teams being educated at the factories and internally. This is a hot topic. There's a drive across the industry to upskill teams and balance the reliance on vendors. No one wants to walk away from a vendor, but we need to bring talent in-house to spread that expertise and balance the need for speed and leverage the right resource at the right time. We also heard that teams are yearning for physical. So in COVID times, everyone got used to digital, but as we go back to the office, teams are yearning for that physical that they had before. So balancing what that looks like for adoption is really important. We also heard about avatars and more realistic environments to put the digital samples in to really sell the new product. All right, so I didn't touch on 2 at the top. Let's dive into those in a little bit more detail. Seamless workflows. This was a very hot topic in all of the conversations we had. The technology solutions that are being deployed at these brands sometimes don't talk to each other and hinder the workflow. To really reach scale, brands desire seamless workflows and interoperability. They're looking for technology partners that are focused on what the brands need and are going to create that success. They're also looking for integrations. So how do you get one system to talk to another point solution to solve this seamless workflow? We know that to scale successfully, you'll need to have a workflow in place that works for your designers, your merchandising team, your product developers, and your vendors. So a seamless workflow is really important in this space. Interoperability is just as important. We want to make sure that when you create a file in one space, moving it to another doesn't break anything. The brands want to be able to leverage technology to best suit the solution that they are solving for, not necessarily the solution that the software vendor has positioned their software to solve. So we're looking for solutions that don't create any additional work and talk to each other. This is a huge desire in all of the survey interview participants we spoke to. Next, automation. So we call this approaching automation as the second summit. This was another really key theme to unlock scaling. So the barriers to automation cause some apprehension, but once you get to an automated scale, get to automation, you can scale. And if you can't scale, you don't have full adoption. Automation in this instance looks like point solutions that reduce redundant tasks. So if a team needs to type things into one system and then type it in another, we need to automate that. We need to reduce the clicks for the users so that the brands can scale successfully. The other thing that does is create a lot of data that can be leveraged for analytics. So once you have automation, once you have connected information, you can leverage what you have to make better product and better strategic decisions at the end of the day. So automation, it's super top line, right? We talk about it, but how do we get to a level of consistency in this work is going to be really important. So this is a space where we see brands investing, spending time, and looking forward to 2025 to automate their workflows and move faster through the work. Finally, keys to success. So I spent a bit of time on those two insights that we saw. We don't have a lot of time today, so I'm moving through them relatively quickly. However, we did see how some success of how people are moving the needle and adopting more scale. A big part of this is OCM. I mentioned it earlier, but evolving your OCM strategy is incredibly important as we go into 2025 and look at 2024. With those shifting executives, with the yearn for physical prototypes, the need for more realistic avatars, OCM plays a role in all of this. We also see brands that are creating intentional partnerships with their technology providers. I spoke to seamless workflows and interoperability and automation, and how brands are getting there successfully is really identifying a technology or group of technology providers and working with them to solve the unique solutions and workflows for that brand. That's where brands are finding success today, is really partnering with that technology provider, providing inputs, and moving forward together. Another interesting insight we saw is a lot of people are looking past fashion. Other industries have applied 3D and digital capabilities much longer than we have. So brands are looking to those industries for unique insights and leading tech applications. We've seen this across the board in a few different places where we're seeing people from Lucasfilm and Industrial Light and Magic speak, etc. So looking past fashion is really important here. Another way people are moving the needle is through networking and industry brain trusts. So the 3DRC is a great example of this. We find that we're stronger together. So bringing groups of leaders from various brands together to solve specific problems is a very strong way to move the industry forward. If you're interested in joining the 3DRC, I've included a link here. It's very simple, 3drc.pi.tv. We'd be happy to have you. But joining this industry brain trust is incredibly important as we work to solve the problems that are going to unlock scale in the future. There are some other insights that I didn't have time to get into today, so I welcome you to download our digital adoption research. Reach out to me if you have any questions, but I also can take some questions now if there are any. But this is our research. Please download it. Let us know if you want to talk and what your insights are. I'd love to hear them as well.
Amazing. Thank you very much, Hanson. And I would encourage everybody to go read that research. It's been great every year that you've done it, and this one builds on top of that. And I think for me, the most interesting one there is the looking beyond the walls of fashion one, because there are best practices that are kind of codified and established in other industries that have come further. And in my experience, fashion's a little bit hesitant sometimes to take on board best practices from other industries, but they're best practices for a reason. Kind of become developed for a reason.
And there's great brain trust in engineers outside of fashion. So we actually on the 3DRC saw someone present at a conference in Dresden that was from the more academic side recently with some really well-received information at a conference. So really broadening our web of what we look at has been so impactful in moving scaling forward and helping brands adopt.
Amazing. We do have to move on to our next session just for the interest of time. I know anybody who wants to reach out to Alison, I'm sure you can connect with her on LinkedIn. She'll be open to taking questions. And again, I'd encourage you to go read that research for sure. Next, well, two things. One, you've been sat for about an hour and 20 minutes, an hour and a half now, depending on where you are. Stand up, stretch. Never a bad idea. Luckily I've recently invested in a sit-stand desk. So if you see me looking slightly taller when I pop up for the next one, it's because I've done the same thing. So I encourage you to take a stretch, take a drink in between sessions, and share your takeaways. Not just questions, but the things that you feel and the things you think about what our presenters have said. Next, though, I'm going to hand over to Bershka and Thij from Knitwear Lab. So I personally find it really fascinating how different, incredibly deep specialist disciplines are changing as a result of digital product creation and digital transformation. And that roadmap from like very specialized analog to very specialized digital, it looks very different depending on where you stand. And in the case of Knitwear Lab, that stance is really straddling both worlds. It's making sure that you have the physical side and the digital side represented. And it's really about today's theme. It's about anchoring 3D into real production. So Bershka and Thij from Knitwear Lab, welcome. It's great to see you both.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ben.
Fabulous. I will hand over to you folks now, and I'll encourage our audience, any questions you have while these folks are speaking, jot them in the comments and we can circle back around to them at the end.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you. Okay, so we will take you along in 25 minutes from our physical to virtual journey, how we are at Knitwear Lab implementing virtual knitting here. So let's quickly introduce ourselves. I'm Bershka. And Thijs.
I'm Thijs.
Actually, I come from a very different background. I started in architecture and spatial design. So that's me, 2006, making one of my very first 3D models. And I enjoyed Ben at the opening saying about how 3D can also bring closer the end product. And of course, with architecture, if you make a 3D model, the end product is very far away. And that's something now I've jumped to fashion that I'm really enjoying, that when I make 3D models, it's the real product is way closer than with spatial design.
Yeah.
And your physical part?
Yeah, I'm Thijs. And the picture is not because I still had hair at that time, but because I'm wearing one of the first pullovers I made on an industrial knitting machine. So I'm still happy to see that one. And I'm the analog / physical knitter in this talk. So mainly Liske will do the talking, and I'm the redundant knitter through.
No, because you're the physical part, and the physical part is really important in that sense. Can't do it without actually Knitwear Lab, where everything starts. So I let also Thijs do the introduction, a very small walkthrough to the office.
Yeah, so this is Knitwear Lab. I started it 10 years ago as a development center, traditionally with one machine in my garage. And yeah, this is our swatch library, which we will come back to later. And currently we work for a lot of design companies, but we also do developments for big companies like Decathlon. This is our knitting room. We work with the latest generations of stole machines and latest generation stole software. So we're quite digital, but we use it, of course, to develop product and to actually knit products. So here's the ADF, a nice machine. We have different gauges. And here we go to the new heart of our company, the virtual knitting. Emma, one of our digital ladies, Stekker, the brains. And here we're to the desk of Liske, our head of virtual knitting.
Yes.
And as said, we have 5 stole machines where we knit all kind of swatches, protos. We still have a daughter company in Istanbul where we do small productions, and we collaborate with a partner in Serbia and in China to do production. But our main focus is development and also innovation and teaching, by the way.
Yeah. So also for me, I wanted to start with this slide and also the next one. The whole virtual knitting part started with the physical knitting, with Knitwear Lab and with all the knitwear knowledge that we have. But how can we transform all the stuff that small part of our portfolio? So for example, Nicholas Daly, these styles would be in virtual versions, very doable, really nice to actually make. Also South Korean Maxim style. This would virtually also work very well, like our sweaters actually. But we also knit a lot of beautiful stuff, like this for Dion Lee, where it becomes very fast, very, very difficult. Like with these floats, the physics between how the fabric behaves between the knitted parts and the floating bits of yarn are so different that it makes it really hard to make that correctly, and that it makes sense actually to do it virtually. Or even styles where it becomes for now impossible. Yes, we can make a scan. Yes, we can make it look like the fabric, but it won't be really connected to the knitting machine. And that's where we actually want to go. So we need to choose where we use virtual knitting. In shoes, that's a bit in the middle. I mean, shoes can be modeled in 3D really, really nicely. And also I think for the knit part, we could use it because, and I will come later to that, also with like this balaclava collaboration that we did with Unborn. We use a lot of partial knitting, and partial knitting means that we can sort of make a shape into our knitwear and predicting how that shape will look, because we have to program that in 2D and get the 3D shape out of it. And how to predict how that 2D shape needs to look is kind of, well, it's very hard actually.
Trial and error.
A lot of trial and error, and that's where a lot of swatches end up in the bin, because we try out, fail, and try again. I'm going to take you along, I think, a couple of projects that we did in the last year, and also give you a small look behind the scenes of the things that we ran into. So some advantages we found and also some trouble we ran into. A year ago, we started preparing for Paris Fashion Week, where we were last January and February. Because for me also, I started with virtual knitting. I needed clients and I needed designers who wanted to go along in this virtual journey. And that actually is quite hard to convince people that's not an addition to the workflow, but it will actually help them along. So we invited designers to make a small collection of 6 pieces, and we would make them totally virtual, but we would knit, of course, per style a swatch, so you could feel the yarn, test the yarn, etc. And we would do one sample. So one of the styles we would fully make. So here you see from Alvaro, he's wearing his sweater. You see also the virtual version. So to very quickly take you along, we use the Stol. Stol has the Create software. In the Create software, we can make the textures, and we use V-Stitcher from Browseware to then make the 3D model. So the virtual and the real knitwear program are actually quite closely related, and we try to keep them as close as possible together. However, you will see later on that from time to time we still need to cheat quite a bit. But it is a beautiful system if it works, and in this case it really came out quite realistically, and this is the real knit, the program that we use to knit out the actual sample. And that's also one of the first big advantages for us, because we get a lot of clients who then send us a file like this and say, I want the sleeve length to be 70 centimeter. And we say, sounds a bit long. Do you really want it that oversized? And usually it's say, no, I really want it that long. And then we have to knit it out, make the sample, and then they say, oh yeah, that was actually a bit too long. And then we have to knit another sample. So that actually is, of course, very easy to show in 3D, where we start with a 70 centimeter sleeve, and now I'm going to start shrink. It's still a bit oversized, but here it starts to fit a lot better, and that would already save us a whole sample. So that, I think, is already one of the really big advantages for us to communicate quicker and easier with our clients.
And check the tech back, because there are a lot of fashion people are, I would say, not great in numbers, and of course if you fill in a tech back, we often take out the mistakes they make, but there are discussions sometimes about what is a mistake or not.
Yeah.
This shows greatly how something would look and if that's actually how they want it.
And a picture always says way more than whether it's 70 centimeters or 65. Another big advantage is with graphics, because this is a nice example from a client, Just Knoop. He sent us this tech pack saying the graphic on the top left. Let me see if I can use a laser point. So this was the graphic that he sent, and he wanted it to match all the way around, so that it sort of would be a seamless graphic around the dress. Beautiful idea. But of course, if you see this left side and that right side of the image, that will never make. And also when he puts it in 2D in his tech pack, this part does not match up there. So to figure out how we needed to adjust his graphic, because we sort of needed to really chop up his graphic and change it to make it match. Because in the middle you can see how it would look if you just paste it on there. And there, Browser from V-Stitcher from Browser really has a nice feature that we could use in this way, is that we have the pattern of the dress, we can place the graphic on there and immediately see it in 3D, and communicate also very easily how do you want us to change the graphic so it will match in the end. But the cool part for us comes even behind. This is already a big advantage, but the Illustrator file that you use to connect to the 3D file, we can make extra artboards on there, and those artboards we can use to export to the knitwear program. Because what also happens with knitwear is that we work with square pixels in all these graphics, but our stitch is almost never square. It's either elongated or stretch out. So to make the graphic look correct, we need to deform it. And to deform it correctly, then we can use actually these artboards, export them in the correct aspect ratio, and take that immediately into the knitting software. And then here is the result, where we didn't even need to make a visualization with good knits or textures or whatever, in that sense, what I call the shitty renders really helped our process further. And in the end, we ended up with a dress where the graphic really beautifully went 360 degrees. Another example from the showroom, our beloved Gaia made a bridal collection. Beautiful pieces. She will be showing in New York next week. And she also had this one piece corset. And in this corset is what I mentioned before. We used the partial knitting with the red balaclava. Here on the left, you see the texture that comes out of the Create software that is connected to the knitting machines. And here you see where the vertical parts happen. That is where we actually don't knit and where this matches up to the next. I have the next slide where you can see it a little bit better in one of our teaching examples. It's a non-object, but it's just to show. So here on the left, you see where here all those triangles we knit together, and then we end up with this shape, and this is actually the physical sample of that exact shape. It comes out of the software looking like this. And that's actually really nice because I just import it as a square, the whole texture, and then I start cutting out all the bits where it goes vertical lines, where basically the yarn messes up in the software. And then I can stitch it together and really preview how the 3D shape would look. So another designer where we used this for was Wiebke. And Wiebke had this beautiful sweater in mind where she wanted all these goring lines or all these changes of direction in the knit that you get if you do the partial knitting technique. And that would make up the shape basically till halfway of the sleeves. So all this needed to be shaped with goring. So of course, yeah, nice 2D sketch, but how do we then come from this to a 2D shape that sort of consists of all those triangles and predict that those triangles then make a shoulder and the start of a sleeve? Our programmer, of course, did make a first sketch of it. And what we then did, I made this totally crazy V-stitcher file made up of all triangles floating in the air. But those triangles made that we could change. We could make them bigger. We could make them smaller. We could try out how the shape should look and when it would make the start of a shoulder. And then this was after, I think an hour playing around with triangles, if even, we ended up with this shape that she used in the Create software to program. From that shape, we made this texture. And here again, you see the vertical lines that I cut out in V-stitcher. So here's the V-stitcher file. And then we could try it out on the avatar and see that it actually did sort of make a sleeve. And then here is the real sweater and the 3D sample. Yeah, I think still in time. Another big advantage for us is we can knit swatches very fast. Just knit a nice square, make a nice structure, try out yarns. But to start shaping, that's actually
a lot of work to program and to make an actual pullover in the right size for your customer. That takes half a day, or sometimes 2 days. So there we use a lot of our capacity of the programmers in-house.
But of course, if we have that one swatch, we have the physics, we have how it looks. This is not a great design, but we can make 8 designs quickly out of it. But also from those 8 parts, we can make, I don't know how many versions of it. And we can still see the close-up And we can even make the colorways out of it and really see where, in this case, also the fully fashion marks goes. So this is also really great to communicate with our knitters. A second project where I want to take you along is a collaboration that we did with Zuidwolle Group. Beautiful yarns, extra fine merino wool, great to knit with. And we showed in June at the Pitti Filati in Florence, and they asked us to make 2 pieces and to also make them virtual. Here I'm also gonna share some struggles with you, because we made the dress and the jacket. The jacket looks beautiful virtually. I'm not even going to show you the 3D file, but there it doesn't make sense yet to use virtual knitting in that sense. It was nightmare, the amount of pieces that we needed to use. However, doing these kind of crazy pieces, it does make me learn a lot and see where we can cheat, where it makes sense to cheat, where we can use it or where we can't yet use it. So I want to take you more along to the dress. Here you see on the left, the knitwear program. So you see the swatch of the dress and how it then becomes a texture in Create. And here you already start seeing some weird things that not quite go well when we convert the knitting structure to a texture. And here even it becomes quite crazy to get into a dress. So there are quite some stitches and stuff that doesn't work well yet. So here you can see we go from a square program to a swatch that goes all the way out. And here we need to cheat a lot. So if I take you here, the texture with all the weird steppings, here in the top, it actually goes quite nice. If we don't go too crazy in the fully fashion marks, then it looks really, really good. But if we use multi-stepping, it gets confused. But we need it because we wanted to have the dress go all the way out. And we have here that you see we go from 1 band into 2. And that all needed to match up to make the nice transparent bottom of the dress in that sense. And, oops, sorry, lost my mouse. These bits, of course, look very, very shitty. So there, unfortunately, I used Photoshop. So I went from this texture and made it into something that looked okay, and also photoshopped all the maps in it. Then also for the bottom part of the dress, it went out way more. So there, if there are any software developers out there, please make a stretch map like we have displacement maps. I mean, displacement maps are very, very important for knitwear, of course, because we want to see those depth of the stitches. But also make a stretch map, because knitwear stretches in weird places, and now I can only stretch up one side or the sides of a panel. So what I did with the dress, I cut it up in all those pieces, and I sort of shrunk and relaxed. I shrunk the top part, relaxed the bottom part, so they would all sort of match up and go, in that sense, sort of smoothly outwards. So here you can also see a bit of a close-up of where all those pieces, because of course even this piece has the same amount of the vertical stripes as the bottom piece. So I couldn't just stretch it out, unfortunately, because that would make the knitwear not look good. And of course we want to make the knit look good. Yes. However, when we had the dress, it took me only half an hour to make, maybe even less, 5 versions of the dress, because I could very easily chop parts off or change the shape of it a little bit. So there again is sometimes an advantage if we use some more time to make the dress if we want to do more design iterations at the end. So I think this really takes back to what the previous talks also have been in.
Alison mentioned it already, and also in her talk. What let's say that on top you see the traditional workflow, or where I am bothered as the normal old knitter. People come with a style, we make a swatch, we send it, we get a go. We will start making a first sample. Usually we need some iteration. We will send a new sample. Sometimes it's good, sometimes we have to do another one. We need to do a photo sample. So there are a lot of samples, and there's a lot of waste. There's a lot of energy, time, shipments going up and down before it's finally approved. And sometimes it doesn't even make it to sales. And what we see with our digital workflow, we can just make a swatch, do the whole set of virtual iterations, and go straight to an approved final sample where people have the swatch in hand, see all the placements, and most of the times it's a one-time hit. So we save lots of time, lots of waste, and have a better design also. So it's not only about efficiency, but also about improving designs and
communication. I think a lot of our designers, they think in visuals, so talking with images makes it way easier to just sketch on one of the renders and say, I wanted more this or I wanted more that. Makes life a lot easier. Where would we want to go with virtual knitting? Well, I think there's still a lot of technical issues with properly visualizing the knit. We can use it already, and we should, I think, because by using it, we can start making it better. But of course, these kind of things, I would love to see that we can make real 3D topologies, not only with displacement maps, but really make it with a mesh and really show the stitches like that. And like I said, I would love to have a physics map that I can, here we've knitted with copper yarn and a very soft yarn. So that we can make the movement that a swatch has, and that knitwear, and especially flatbed knit in that sense has, that you can knit all those different physics into one panel, that we can also visualize it. That would be wonderful. And to do more depth, to more layers, to be able to get all that complexity also into our virtual knitting. However, I am already very happy with what we can do, but this is just a small wishful thinking into the future. And that we can then do our whole swatch library also virtually, which I think.
Yeah, I think one of our current goals is to digitize and virtualize our giant swatch library, but also make them accessible for other designers who can use them in 3D software, or use them for creative impulses, but also technical impulse or technical possibilities. And the very next step we want to do is create a platform or a knowledge platform for industrial flat knitting. So you have access to all this data, have access to all our creativity, and
that we can share what we're now figuring out along the way.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No, well, thank you very much there, folks. Liska and Thijs, I apologize for mangling your name in the introduction. It's good. I'm level with you folks. It's going to happen more than once over the course of the entire day. There's no way I'm going to pronounce everybody's names correctly. That was fascinating to me, though. And I think I actually had a tiny follow-on question, which was, what parallels do you think your journey has with knitwear that you would kind of give advice on to people who maybe work in other specialist kind of craft-led areas? What would your advice be to somebody in a similar kind of place who's thinking, I do something very specialized and I need to move it towards digital? What's so like a key piece of advice you'd give to someone like that?
I would say find a Lieske.
And start simple. No, start simple. Start with something that's doable. Start with something that gives you a result, because that makes that you enjoy it, that you can dive deeper into it, and from that part can grow. Don't try to do everything at once. And of course, sometimes you need to dive in and see how far can I go. In that sense, the Paris Fashion Week was for me the deep end, because we immediately needed to do the whole workflow. But before that, started with jacquards. Jacquards are my favorite thing, but of course they're not very exciting. But
but I would say, let's say, coming from the analog side, as you said it, or the physical side, I noticed within our team here in Knitwear Lab, although it's quite a young team, there was quite some resistance against virtualization or 3D shaping.
They're very physical people.
Yeah, so I would really mix up your team or get knowledge from outside who are in a different field. I think the fashion people, like I'm one, they come in with a different angle and they want to feel everything, and I think that's also why fashion is so behind car industry or architecture. All the people who are laughing at us how not digitized we are.
That's fine. No, there's actually one question from the audience. There's kind of a follow-on from that. So you mentioned Paris Fashion Week, like quite specialist, quite kind of high-end applications of all of this. At what point do you think some of this sort of work and some of this digitization starts to cascade down to smaller brands and kind of more general applications? Because we've had somebody in the audience say, is this something that's accessible to brands of all sizes?
Yeah, actually it is. I think we start at the wrong side of the industry. Yeah. Why we come from a high end, or we make high end knits, but the weird knits we make are way harder to visualize than, let's say, the bread and butter knits most people do. So we actually currently we are reaching out to some more moderate or brands to work together with them. So we're very open to have a collaboration on normal pullovers.
And accessibility, I think the Create design software for Stol is very accessible, and you get open source texture files out of it that you can use in V-Stitcher, Clo3D, Style 3D, everything. And you do need a bit of knit knowledge, but definitely making jacquards you can do.
We give a knitwear course, 5-day course, so everybody very well.
And then you can definitely start using it.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you very much, folks. I'm gonna move us on to our next one. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Amazing. Now, our next one is a panel discussion. So I get to devolve my hosting duties for this one. And I get to devolve to somebody that I know, Sylvia, whose name I'm not even going to try, surname I'm not going to try to pronounce because I know I'll get it wrong. Sylvia's written for the industry before. For the Interline before, and has a huge amount of industry knowledge. She's going to be leading a panel discussion that's made up of a whole bunch of other people that I know as well. And I'm going to let her introduce each of them as they go along. Topic-wise, though, I know what this panel is about, and subjects don't really come much more vital than digital materials. Everything I talked about in my introduction, everything people have talked about since then, it all relies on the principle that the digital representation of a product is accurate to the product itself. And materials make up a huge part of what constitutes accuracy across aesthetics, performance, fit, and much more. So I'm going to hand over to Sylvia, but suffice it to say from my side, that's something vital to be thinking about when we're considering how the digital and the physical intertwine. Sylvia, it's great to see you.
Great to see you, Ben, and thank you for your introduction. Yeah, in fact, the world is very small. And I agree that discussion around digital fabrics is extremely important because they are a kind of core of digital garments 100%. Together with patterns. So without the correct digital fabric, we can say that this is the digital twin, and we can say it is translating correctly what we have in physical world into digital space. And this is what we will talk today about. I am Sylwia Szymczyk. I work for digital product creation in Timberland that takes part of VF Corporation. And one of the things I am doing in my job is actually working with digital fabrics, adjusting them and making sure that what digital fabrics are representing is exactly what we will see then in a physical garment. Today, we will discuss the present and the future of digital fabric with my amazing guests, and I will let you tell something about yourself on your own. I just wanted you all to answer one question, which I believe is very important. So, which problem around digital fabrics you are solving for your customers with what you do? You can start with Dorel and then take a round.
Yes, hi everybody. I'm Dorel McPherson. Hello guys, Renat and Jorgen. That's how you say your name, right?
Yes, right.
Yes. So one of the things that I am working to solve, and I've been an ambassador for Shimaseki for about 3 years. And one of the things I find really crucial is getting the right knit texture with the right fabric physics. So right now in my workflow, every day I'm striving to like really go ahead and get these beautiful textures that come out of Shimaseki with their weave design and with their knit design software, but getting the matching physics and putting it into a pipeline, into a workflow with the other digital tools that are out there that will give me the realism. So this is what I'm working on. And this is just some of the designs. And on the next slide, you can see that even going into athletics and going into structured pieces, Shimaseki has a lot to offer. So there are a lot of different variations of digital textures that I can really get into with this workflow.
Looks like you're muted, Sylwia.
Yeah, Sylwia's muted.
Should I go next? Do you
Yes,
guys
please
hear
go
me?
ahead. Thanks, Renata.
Okay.
Yes,
so-
yes, go. Sorry. Sorry for being muted.
Okay. I would introduce us quickly, plus answering your question. Yeah, so we are, like, I call you here from Germany, working for Visu. I guess many of you know us already, being a leading provider for material digitization. And actually that's also already the problem we want to solve. So we want to help you to digitize your materials, create your digital twin. And yeah, managing the company together with Martin. Samshu is also the founder. And our goal is to democratize the material digitization, facilitate the material digitization, that everyone is able to create their digital twin, working, of course, with a lot of brands and suppliers all over the world. In terms of product, so our digital twin technology, I would want to call that today, is our core is definitely the scanning. I think that's everyone knows us from what is visual perspective of the fabric, but the last 2 years we have definitely focused as well on the physical parameter side of things. So not saying that we need to develop some new hardware to capture the physical properties of a fabric, but there's a lot of data out there. There's a lot of technology already out there. So we tried to learn from that, to streamline that, and create that actually something we call the physics conversion tool, so that you're able to have one streamlined measurement process and then convert, for example, your physical properties into different tools like Browseware and Cloak, to name two of the major players on the market. And second, something we have announced this week is we have also worked on a drape validation workflow, meaning I do all these physical measurements. So how can I assess the quality? How do I know that I did everything correctly? I did everything like in a right way. So giving our clients and partners a way to assess basically what they have done. Then in terms of our existing technology, we are on the fourth version of our scanner, and we will heavily work on workflow updates the next year, but those two technology pieces combined give you the possibility to create a digital twin of your fabric. And one last bit I want to share as well, because you might hear that soon as well, is that we had a lot of fun recently creating some real-time applications, merging the haptics of the fabrics and leveraging the 3D technology the same way. So for example, if you're in a design environment or in a fabric showroom, that you can touch and feel the fabric and in the same way see or link this fabric to your virtual space. But that's something you might hear from us soon again. Sorry, I kept it a bit long.
But that sounds amazing, really, really interesting. I would like to go a little bit deeper into that later in our conversation. So now we have Jorgen.
Yes, very nice to be here. Thank you. So my name is Jorgen. I am with a company called Bandicoot Imaging Sciences. It's a group of scientists that have essentially come from an imaging background, and we've kind of come into the material digitization space. We do material capture, so digitizing physical materials, processing PBR texture maps and materials, and also material management. And we're a fully cloud-based our platform. Before joining Bandicoot, I spent about 10 years in the textiles and apparel manufacturing industry based in Hong Kong. So I kind of mainly come from a background of understanding where a lot of the suppliers and manufacturer are, and then came into fabric digitization around 2017, 2018. What Bandicoot is doing specifically is we have one solution for digitizing physical materials, which is using a regular digital camera and a frame that you position over the camera. You take some photos and then upload those to the cloud processing platform that we have. I'll talk a little bit more about material processing, which is specifically what we're working on at the moment right now, which is automated tiling, automatic stitching for very large pattern, especially for home textiles, and particularly focusing on color, as well as having a cloud library. So the way that the technology is working is, as I mentioned, capturing about 9 to 25 images, depending on the material, of your fabric, uploading those into Bandicoot's website, and then generating your set of PBR texture maps. I think to your question, Sylvia, from the beginning, one of the very exciting things that we're working on right now is material processing and building a standalone or a core component of our platform, which is an automatic tiling platform. We know that a lot of people spend a lot of their time when they're working with digital materials on tiling or making adjustments. So at the moment right now, we're looking to make that process or essentially getting rid of tiling as a process, so that if you have a set of PBR texture maps that you've digitized with any technology on the market, you can just drag and drop and import those into Bandicoot, and then you'll get them readily tiled on the other end. So we see that a lot of companies are spending half an hour, maybe 1 hour in some cases to do tiling alone. And we're now reducing that down to a few minutes of automatic processing. That's one of the very exciting things we're in the middle of.
Yeah, I can relate to that, because sometimes it was me to spend half an hour and it even wasn't very well done. Like, you could see that it's styled. So that's a great thing.
Yeah, half an hour is a very short time for me also.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I agree with Dorel. So I wanted to start this conversation talking a little bit about the experience from the fashion brand perspective, and from what we all can see now in digital fashion industry. So basically, we are getting back to physical samples, and everyone knows that. There is a lot of DPC teams that were laid off. There is a lot of shifts in strategy in fashion companies. And we are all asking ourselves why. And probably the main why is that the return on investment was missing. So basically, 3D assets were simply too expensive for what we use them for. And the solution may be end-to-end digital product creation. So starting from the design and finishing at the marketing assets. But all along the way, the quality of digital fabrics is different, because and also the need of the correct physical properties of fabrics is different, because while if for marketing we can rely a little bit on styling, on adjusting the drape, and we need very, very high quality textures to have great images. As for fitting purposes, for example, it's enough to have 2K texture, something very light, but we need very good physical properties for the fabric. So how you can see this shift, how you can see what your customers are doing today with digital fabrics, which are the workflows they are using, what they are asking for. We can maybe start with Jorgen.
Yeah, happy to go first. I think what we're seeing with a lot of our customers, or is a good question, is very much almost like this reactive digitization, or we're seeing that a lot of companies are digitizing materials only when they're being asked for it. And sometimes then, let's say, for example, being asked for it by a specific customer, especially a lot of manufacturing customers do this. And I think by only doing it when it's being asked for, we're missing out on a lot of the potential value that a digital material can have. By, for example, like building up digital material libraries and being able to have these material ready for a lot of suppliers as well for their sales and marketing. If they want to be able to eliminate some of their sampling, physical sampling sent around the world, then they could, for example, offer to send a digital material before sending a physical sample. And so we see a lot of these processes of, I think, almost like that people think of digital materials second and still first doing physical sampling. So I think those benefits and really realizing or understanding what the benefits of digital materials are and what that potential could be, especially for a lot of manufacturing companies, and how brands can work with that is really important.
That's really interesting
I'll
point
go
of
next.
view. Yeah, go next, Darrell.
Yeah, I think one of the things that I'm being challenged with right now in my current company in the workflow is designers are so used to just getting a swatch, feeling a fabric, and they're off and running onto design. And then when it comes down to the 3D aspect of it, it's like, oh, I only have this little tiny piece. I have to get you some yardage, and then I have to, wait around. So I don't get access first to the actual fabrics, or like you said, what are the developments? What are the factories coming in and showing? What are the vendors showing? That might be something that we could build a library on. So I've started to work earlier in the design process where I see flat sketches being made, and I'm starting to request okay, what is that fabric? Is it new? Is it something we can go ahead and put into the library early? But these are the things that I think are the difference, like you mentioned, Sylvia, of going back to the physical samples versus the digital sample. It's because they can't feel it, they can't touch it. It's so easy for designers to stay in that same workflow and not understanding that it can be something that is a time saving at the end of the process if you start early. So that's something I'm experiencing.
Yeah, I believe the issue with designers is also that 3D softwares are very technical ones. It's much easier for pattern makers to pass to 3D than for designers that today are using mostly Illustrator, which is much simpler and generally very different.
Yeah.
But what Renee thinks about this question?
Yeah, a very good one. Also sometimes very tricky, but if I think about what you were asking, the different workflows. So we definitely have brand clients in our client portfolio working in digital product creation and using our technology in order to feed their 3D design system. What happens there is, and I'm sure you can relate to that they are doing their digitization in the headquarters, so they're ordering physical fabric swatches in Asia or in their Asian supply base, get them shipped in order to digitize them at their headquarters, which is very slow and very expensive. So that's one case. The second case I would like to share is fabric suppliers not even doing 3D, like fabric mills using our technology to streamline their internal processes, like their fabric developments, creating color variations, or also populating their online shops instead of doing photo shoots for online shops, like using their renderings for their online fabric shops, basically. And then there is this third, I would say, best case scenario that the supplier would work in a digital supply chain together with the brand, However, in my experience, it's still the minority. Now you can contradict me, but
no,
it's for me still a minority, and it's still so silent. And what is a highlight in this is, in my opinion, that there's frustration on both sides. So we hear from brands being disappointed that the mill would not adopt. And we have mills being digital ready, offering the 3D fabrics to the brand, and the brand saying, no, we are not doing 3D. And even if the brand is doing 3D, then the brand is supposed to submit the 3D samples of the fabric, and they are still disappointed, because at the end they have invested a lot of money, but the promise is not kept. And that's exactly coming back to what you said. The promise is not kept, that we are reducing now the physical samples. So at the end,
I think
there is investment and no return. And I think that's currently, there is no true transformation. It's just adding an additional task. And I think that's a little bit painful. And we're going back to the physical sample. I'm wondering if we ever got rid of the physical sample, actually.
Yeah, I think in case of mills that are digital ready, the big issue is also that often fashion brands are not trusting their suppliers. Like, they can provide them with digital fabrics, but it's like, okay, but let's check it on our own. Like, we want also the physical one, so we can scan it, we can touch it, we can see it. And I think this lack of communication and trust between parts is something that really slows down the whole process.
And there is also a little bit of loyalty there also. Sometimes one mill is offering digitization while the other one is not, but the other one has been the supplier for a long time. So it's kind of hard to make the switch. And like you said, to entrust them with the business.
Yeah, that's true. So what do you think about the balance then between the quality, the complexity of the process in case of digital fabrics? Because if we want them physically perfect and visually perfect, it can't be very fast process. On the other hand, if we want them to be used for fitting purposes or used for marketing purposes, they need to have certain quality. So where is the balance between?
I can go first.
Go
I think balance is maybe the best, like the keyword here. Like, if we look at the industry, I think still quite a few companies are stuck in their 3D initiatives. And we had this discussion already earlier, Silvia, is that I'm still stunned how many resources are put on this endless comparison of this physical garment versus the virtual garment, and make sure it looks exactly the same, almost losing sight of the business objective. So if you guys are working in one of those companies, please focus a bit more like what 3D can do for you, instead of trying to prove that 3D is what 3D would not be capable enough. So if I'm allowed to share one of my examples of my previously in my career, in 2012, in Adidas, we saved 100,000 of physical samples by replacing physical salesman samples with digitals. And I promise that the digital samples were not perfect. It still worked somehow. So, but still, I would not run Visu as a company to advocate for low quality. Low quality will also kill your 3D initiative. But still, our most successful clients have very clear quality understanding, like what quality is needed, what is good enough in order to achieve my goal. And maybe that's this 8K high resolution fabric that's possible, but maybe it's not. So that's something you really have to answer for yourself.
I agree with that. I mean, you mentioned 8K, and to me, the first thing I hear when I hear 8K is file size. I hear like, okay, where am I going to store this? How am I going to send it? How is it going to be used in the end? Like you mentioned earlier, Sylvia, maybe you don't need the full texture for fitting. Maybe you need the physical properties, but you don't need the full texture. So maybe in marketing, they're going to need that 8K if they're printing a brochure or some kind of magazine. They need to see that, texture, tiled, repeat, everything perfect. But in the middle, if you're using it for sales, they don't need such a high resolution. So it's got to be keyed into the 3D workflow. When you're outputting that final sample, are you outputting it for fit? Are you outputting it for sales or for marketing or for everybody? And then you have to, prepare your files to send to the right person. But I think 8K is a little extreme for me. And how the human eye, always go back to like, okay, what is the human eye resolution? Is it going to be seeing in 8K, or is this just something that we're really striving for that's unnecessary?
I think I can, or
go again.
I can add just briefly to that. I think also I think it's a really interesting discussion, because we've come into this almost like the really depends so much on the use cases, and there's always going to be different trade-offs that you're going to have to make. So it is just important, I think, to think through what you're going to be using your digital materials for, as has already been I think it's already been discussed. And I think that is it's important to understand that process and really where the materials are going into. And for a lot of companies, it's almost like we don't necessarily expect our samples or our prototype garments to also be able to meet all of our needs in sales and marketing. For example, like we'd make a prototype garment and we expect that to be ready to be put in store immediately, but we're somehow also ended up, or we have seemingly somehow ended up in a scenario right now where it seems almost like we're expecting everything from our digital prototypes and that they're going to be ready for marketing immediately out of the box. So I think that's also important to think about where it's going to be used, how much time and effort is really required to be, or like we have to put into it, and also to be very clear about what our expectations are. That like, is it DPC that's more focused on design and development? Is it sales and marketing? Is it going to be both? Then it's going to be a lot more effort that goes into it. So there's some big trade-offs and to consider in that decision making.
If I can wrap it somehow, I would just say that probably in most of cases where this 8K textures and 1 gigabyte of garment are needed is to change management purposes. So just to show again and again to people that don't believe that digital garments can really translate what physical garments are. But to solve it, I believe the best solution is virtual quality standards, which is basically what we were talking about here.
Mm-hmm.
Understand where and how you want to use your assets. And if the same asset have to be used for different purposes, it just travels along the way. Start with lower quality, but maybe better physics, and finish with higher quality of texture, but maybe low poly garment, because we then have to move it somewhere else. So I believe there is a trait everyone, like Jorgen said. There is no one solution that fits all purposes. But then if we talk about the physics, and I think Doral is the best person to answer it, because she's using a lot of different 3D softwares, and she's a true expert in that. So which software, in your opinion, translates best the physics of the garment, where you can really trust the fit?
Well, right now I'm using the Fab Machine by Browseware, and just looking at the complexity and the result, I would say to me that is my most trusted fabric digitized software, workflow, whatever it is. I do think the other programs have some kind of benefit, but for me, I really would trust the Fab Machine at Browseware, and the output is just, it's a little bit more technical. There are more steps, so I kind of feel like when I see them side by side, digital versus the real world fabric, and I do use the Visu, the Visu system to like test it out and look at everything. And to me, it works. It's so very close. So I do trust Browseware's technology on that.
I can say from my point of view that we did this kind of wrinkles comparison in my company, and we are using Browseware, and yes, in a lot of cases, it really looks like the real garment, especially if you have scanned avatars. So you have compare exactly the same body posture, measurements, whatever. So you really can see that works. So I definitely agree with you. And now the hard question. because with 3D now we are fighting another kind of enemy, so the AI. A lot of people are saying that 3D is dead because it takes a lot of time, while with AI you can do everything in seconds. So my question for you is, which is the future of digital fabrics in era of AI? Is it a treat for us? Jürgen?
Maybe I can have an attempt on that. I think, yeah, it's it's interesting. I see why you're almost calling it the enemy, but I think it's also turning into one of my best friends. So I think, like there's another side to it. I think when it comes to digital materials, it's an interesting, in particular, almost like interesting on where we're using it, because we're seeing AI coming into, digital materials as well as with almost anything these days. And I think we're seeing it in particular, we can use AI for a lot of digital exploration. I think that's what we're seeing, not just in digital materials, but also, in digital materials. We can use it to explore creative concepts. It's great for creativity, exploring different directions where accuracy or quality is not really consideration. You just need to be able to visualize something, to communicate it maybe to your team or to a client or whomever it is. But then we also have this other side of it where we also see it is being used for digital materials, which is more the kind of synthetic data creation, of where, for example, you could take a reference image captured with a flatbed scanner or so forth. This is kind of one example. And then you can use AI technology to then generate or synthetically generate the missing PBR maps. So you have this reference image. And of course, as with ChatGPT or any other AI on the market, we're always, we need to highlight the AI hallucinations. That's something we have to be critical towards. And in particular, when you're just taking let's say one flatbed scanned image, and you're then synthetically generating all the other maps, which are then supposed to then add the reflectiveness and the depth and all these other qualities of the material to it. If we then synthetically or kind of approximate that data, we might end up with something that is not so accurate. So the moment we go beyond just creative exploration in development and in production, we can't really have that much inaccuracies like that. We need to have specific accurate data to work with when we go into development and engineering and production. We can't just work with data that we can't really trust. And I think it really come down to, I think, something we've spoken a lot about in general, almost to wrap up, even like where AI, what's going to be interesting to follow is this big question of, can we trust digital materials to begin with? And I think the accuracy is definitely a very, very important part to the trust that we can make certain decisions based on digital materials. If we're now introducing AI to it, where we see that the big benefits of AI are, let's almost like summarize it in that it's speed. We can get to certain results a lot faster. But if we end up getting to the wrong results faster, it's not necessarily going to help us that much. So I think it's extremely exciting, but I think we have to be very cautious and very critical, especially when it goes beyond just creative exploration and design. But when we go into development and engineering and into production, we need accurate data to work with. At least that's my take.
Totally.
Yeah, I couldn't tell it more. In fact, I am using a lot of AI. I love it. But if we are talking about fit accuracy, I use 3D. But if we are talking again about accuracy and about if we can trust it, the great examples are, for example, virtual try-ons, which are based on AI, because in this case, it's just overlapping image over image. It's not the real fit, which can turn to be a threat for the company instead of the benefit. Because if later our customer will receive the garment that fits completely different, they send it back, but they also lose the trust for the brand. So I wanted to proceed with the discussion about virtual try-ons with Renate, because I wanted to ask you, do you think the digital fabrics we have today are ready to be simulated in real times for 3D-based virtual try-ons?
Yeah, I would say yes, but I would also come back earlier to what you said earlier, actually, because the term virtual try-on, it's used a little bit differently, because I think every one of us has experienced with already with these web-based AI image-based try-ons at the end, right? That's what you perfectly says. You have your digital avatar, and then you have random images of garments, and then you do this like outfit mix, I would say. And I would definitely say this will replace like e-com photo shootings to a certain extent. And the data, I'm not sure if it's good enough there, because if I use some fabrics, digital fabrics or digital examples, that the outcomes are still pretty weird sometimes, but I'm sure the data will be good enough for this application area pretty soon. Then if there would be this, like the real try-on, like is the real try-on not the case that I can see my body or my body measurements in a digital space trying on real garments? So that's completely different approach to the image approach we have at the moment. And there, I think if we want to achieve that technology-wise, then we need super accurate digital garments, saying 3D garments and not an image of a garment, accurate fabrics. And I think the fabric quality, at least the data we all guys have, should be enough, I would say, but I don't know all the details about the technology. And then we need the body data, right? So we need to learn from all these data in order to create that. And it's not an image, because we need this full 3D information in order to create this try-on. And I don't know how the future looks like, but I know that the current analog process and the current physics project will not get us there. So this will not be the data we will need for the virtual try-on of the future.
That's an interesting answer, because I honestly think that technology is almost there. Like, I have seen a great body scanned data where you can actually with your mobile phone scan yourself and obtain measurements that are really, really close to the real ones. And I have seen also some startups working on real-time garment simulation that actually works and works pretty well. I believe what is missing is, the dot connector, something that connects all these small pieces in one place. But I would say that technologically we are almost there. Durrell, what do you think about that? Because I heard you that you wanted to add something.
I scanned myself and tried it on, and did like a virtual try on in 3D. And my only take on it, or hesitation, would be we're not symmetrical. So in order for like a 3D garment to be on an actual scanned person, we have to account for so many things. So I agree with Renee. Like, we're just like, we're almost there, but we're not there. I think we can get there soon, but I think there are so many considerations. But yeah,
putting it all together definitely won't be the easy thing. I would start from the fact that the garments coming from 3D CAD softwares are huge. And are absolutely not suitable to use them in any real-time application.
That's true.
So thank you very much. And I wanted to wrap up this session and start our Q&A, because I see a lot of interesting questions in the chat. I just wanted to thank you, because it was interesting conversation about what we have today and how the fashion industry can get back to digital samples thanks to fabrics we have at our disposal, because we really have great technologies, and Visu and Bandicoot are just two examples, and for knitwear also the Shimaseki, I am sorry, and for knitwear also Shimaseki are great examples of that. So I am completely sure that we can get there, but we just have all to show the value and solve the real problems that the customers have. So that's why I started this conversation in this way. So let's go to some questions. What do you think is the best method for a brand to self-digitize a fabric for appearance only and be able to throw developments into a sketch? Will it ever be as accessible as using your cell phone? Jürgen, what do you think about that?
Yes, happy to answer that. I think what I can answer almost like more from Bandicoot's point of view, and I think probably Renata also could answer it, you know, from Visitor's point of view. But I think in particular with Bandicoot, all you need is a digital camera, and so the technology is made so that you take a few different photos while moving around a material, capture that material from different angles, and you use a flash on the material to then see how the material responds to lighting, and then we're generating the PBR texture maps from there. We've made it so that you can use any equipment, any digital camera out of the box, and then we do all of the calibrations and corrections and everything automatic in the cloud. So we're aiming that we'll get to a point where we can actually use a cell phone for that same process. But at the moment right now, we prioritize accuracy and quality above anything else. It's really, really important that we get the colors right, we get the quality right, we get, you know, the minimum DPI and all these things. And while, you know, the new, I guess we're on the iPhone 16 now, is probably great for your family photos and, you know, your pet photos and so forth, is just not there for fabric digitization at the quality that we need yet. So we're going to get there, I'm sure. But if you just want to digitize for a parent, at least, you know, you could sign up for a free trial on Bandicoot's website and you can try it for yourself there. That's kind of one way to go about it.
Yeah. And what about knitwear? Because it's a little bit different with knitwear.
It is knitwear and the weave, especially. But with knitwear, if you have that photo, you can definitely ideate with a photo if you want to throw it into a sketch and see, you know, how everything looks. But when it comes to accuracy and you know, creating your 3D garments for different use cases like we talked about today, but you would actually be able to take that photo and recreate it in a system like Shimoseki. You would actually be able to create the knit pattern or the actual weave or the plaid pattern. If you're doing a glen check or whatever it is that you're doing, you can take that and realize it in the actual software. So I think taking a picture is great if you want to, you know, put it into a sketch or something else. But once you get into 3D, there's so many use cases, and it actually, I've done it. It actually takes longer. There's more steps to make it look like, you know, what you really want it to look. So it's not really ideal for me. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. I can just back that up and say the same thing at the end. Yeah. You can also try out our technology if you want. At the end, we also have experimented with a lot of setups, and I'm sure you did as well. Like, of course, you can use your phone, but if the process, like also Darrell mentioned, if then takes longer to get the same result, we are still in an industrial. It's still we're digitizing for industrial use cases, right? I'm also not taking my home sewing machine and then create thousands of products a year. So you also purchase an industrial machine for that. So I think you also need to see a little bit how much is really needed to achieve the goal, and is that really the hurdle actually we have to take, to use your phone, or is actually there something else which is missing, like a process also?
Yeah, I think you could potentially start to using your phone if you are just starting and you have only a few garments, you are just learning 3D, you don't need that accuracy. But if you want to scale up, there is no way. You have to move to something which is done for fashion industry, and which is calibrated for that. I see another question. But maybe it's a good one for Darrell. Does the fab machine output physics would work also for Chloe?
Okay, I would say there are just straight up, right? No. However, there are workarounds and there are file formats that can transfer between the programs. So, you know, there's a whole movement with the GLB, GLTF, and also there's a JSON file. But when you start to get into how the different programs translate the data of the physics, really, they're not sharing right now. Hopefully one day they will share and we'll all be happy. But right now it's like, it's proprietary for both of them. So.
Yeah, it's a long discussion around why we can't use the same garment between different software.
Yeah,
I would like to add to that. It is that we are using the fab machine to output for all 3D CAD So we are translating, like we do the measurements with the fab and then translate to Clo and everything. So there is a possibility to translate. Yeah. And there's also some work done by the 3DRC to how to translate.
Yeah, it's a whole scientific formula. So
yes,
yeah.
but there technically it's possible, and we also do that and offer that as a platform actually. So
awesome.
So how do you see the industry shifting regarding product development? I see the efforts in digitalization and improving processes, and I am curious about what could be the next. What is your point of view? Let's start with Renee this time.
I'm still reading.
I can make an attempt at something a bit short to begin with, but I think almost if I understand the question correctly, like at the moment right now, we're digitizing materials, we're digitizing patterns, we're kind of digitalizing processes and so forth, and almost like what's the next thing for development in particular. And I see that almost like going from design into development into production. And I think it is connecting all of this together, that we have specific processes that support us in design. We have certain processes, digital tools and technologies also to support us in development. And I think that whether it's almost like the next thing that will happen next week or so forth, but I think that the next big breakthrough is being able to make it easier or streamline the process of actually being able to go to production, so that you can go from an idea and design, you can take that into, let's say engineering and development and make it ready for production, and you can work out any quirks that you need to, and maybe the AI in there can tell you, for example, that something is way off and the whole thing is just going to fall apart if you take this into production. And then you can eventually then go into production where you need to consider other things like, at scale, it could be a massive, have a lot of impact on costing if you calculated, certain components of your garments differently and so forth. So I think that integration is really important from my perspective.
Interesting one. Thank you very much. We are out of time, so we can't answer any more questions, but it was amazing to discuss with you. And I really hope that the fashion industry will get back to to digital samples soon. It is getting back to physical now. And I know that with experts like you, we can really make it. And I am handing it to Ben now.
Thank you very much,
Thank
Sylvia. Thank you everybody who took part in that discussion. Renata, Jürgen, Dorel, Sylvia, lovely to see you all. From one panel made up with a bunch of friends of mine, I'm now going to be handing over to somebody else that I know really well. So our next session is led by Gabrielle Shiner-Hill from Bureau 555. I've known Gabby for a while. It's my first time meeting some of her guests, I think, and I'm super interested to hear about their experience leading a digital fashion course at the Victoria and Albert Museum here in the UK. So this session's got quite a fun, provocative title, because when we consider that the people we've seen so far, there's a lot of folks here who have a lot of time in working in 3D, working in a bunch of different systems. This one's titled Learning Clo in 29 Days. And I think I'm looking forward to seeing how that is unpicked, because one of the primary barriers to the wider rollout of 3D and DPC, a lot of people often say, is a lack of talent. There are not the people there to support it. In my experience, there's plenty of people who are very willing to learn new tools off their own volition, to pick up hybrid skills that go with their traditional skills. But maybe the distribution of the training and the literacy has not been terrific to really kind of give them the pathway to get into the right places in the industry. So I'm going to turn over to Gabby and to James, and I welcome you folks to tell us a bit about what this experience taught you and what you think it all means for the direction of 3D in general.
Thank you, Ben. Thanks so much. Well, I'm here with James. We're going to crack on. So first of all, I'd just like to say hello. Yes, my name is Gabrielle Shiner-Hill, and this is my colleague, James Mack. We're here today as educators. I want to welcome you to our talk. It is called Learn Clo in 29 Days, and the full title, which we pitched, was "And Here is what the students and educators learned," which is really important for us to recognise today. So I was the course leader, and we're going to give some context around the course, why it was unique, explain the structure and how we taught it, and then hear from one of our students, Casey, about what the course was like for her, and end on some of the lessons that have been learned for industry and looking to the future. So a little bit of context first. This digital fashion course was developed by the V&A Digital Programs team at the V&A in South Kensington, London. It was also developed in partnership with the Fashion Minority Alliance, and a cohort of 15, 18 to 26-year-olds were selected to take part in the month-long programme. And it was inspired by the V&A exhibition Diva, if anyone saw that in our audience. The students' disciplines covered fashion design, textile design, costume and styling, and importantly, no prior knowledge of 3D design was needed. We created a design brief to challenge the students and to celebrate the creativity of iconic performance, which you'll see throughout the presentation today. And as an outcome, the students had to create a digital costume that reflected their vision of the Diva identity. And the students were also given the opportunity to showcase their digital garments in a series of public events at the V&A with a digital catwalk and virtual try-ons. So interesting to hear the last session talking about virtual try-ons. Importantly, the course was free to attend. At this point, it's important to note, especially for a global audience, in case you haven't heard of the V&A, it was set up in 1852 after the Great Exhibition with a mission to educate designers, manufacturers and the public in art and design. And the director at the time, the first director, Henry Cole, said that the V&A was to be a schoolroom for everyone. And you can see that the V&A Digital Programs team really took that as a vision for developing this program with us. I'm now going to pass on to James, who's going to introduce himself. Oh, James.
Apologies. Can you hear me now? Hopefully.
Yeah.
My name is James. I'm a digital designer and I work for luxury and high street brands, primarily for advertising and in-store. So the image there is of Cyber Magazine. I'm a creative technologist working with new and emerging technologies, as well as finding their use case. This in particular image is from a AR exhibition in Albania for the 10th anniversary of Rhea, made by Su Fujimoto. I'm also an art director, which is my training and is what I regularly do. I create playful, story-based and exciting direction for a range of brands. This was a collaboration between Anamika Kahana and H&M. And I'm also an academic and a public speaker. So I'm a senior lecturer and an associate lecturer at Ravensbourne University and University of the Arts, London. This particular image is from a trend forecasting panel I was part of. I'll let Gabby introduce herself now.
I'm going to be brief. The main thing for you all to know, I think, is that my background is in textiles. That's what makes me tick. I studied weaving. I am the co-founder of Bureau 555, a digital materials agency, which has been going for nearly 3 years. We have a focus on the fashion supply chain, but increasingly seeing our skills being used in the home textiles and archiving and museum space as well. Here I am with my team. I'm a consultant for a 3D software company, and I'm an educator teaching at the London College of Fashion and at the V&A, and also a public speaker. And this year I was awarded an industrial fellowship from My World, working with the Fashion Museum Bath and Bath Spa University, investigating the digitization of fashion assets with the Fashion Museum in Bath. So passing you back to James to find out all about the course.
So what was the course and what did we do? This project is unique, as working with an institution like the V&A pushed our students to design a public showcase of their digital fashion outcomes that could be enjoyed and interacted with by the general public, ensuring the outcomes were relevant for all age groups and audiences, as the V&A experiences a large range of people who come in and a large range of ages and audiences. These showcases usually follow traditional modes of display, and by incorporating a digital element, this helped us challenge the conventions of such an institution. Working with the V&A allowed us to make the experience free for all the students. So we were able to offer the software and also support, as well as having the space to teach them. We had 15 students for 29 days and wanted them to develop technically as well as conceptually. Over 300 people applied and 15 students were selected. This has nothing to do with the quality of work we received and is entirely to do with the capacity of the course, as we could only teach 15 students. Due to the length of time and complexity, a real level of commitment was required from the students, which we were very fortunate to have received. They were able to develop ideas that could be interrogated by Gabby and guest speakers, while also learning the ins and outs of software, primarily Clo3D, by myself. For this course, blended learning was what made us succeed. We had in total 4 in-person sessions, and they were from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. This helped us build a relationship with the cohort, as well as them building a relationship with themselves. Peer learning, so that there was no learning in isolation, and also allowed more advanced or comfortable students to help and work with the other students. It helped us teach in a tactile nature of, and understand how it is to work with a keyboard and a mouse compared to a touchscreen, for instance. As much as I say shift key, if you don't know where that is, it's very difficult to explain that through a screen. And it allowed us to develop touch memory with the keys. As well as this, we had evening online sessions, and these were for 2 hours twice a week. And that allowed us to expand specifically on the technical learning, so how to apply buttons, make pleats, strengthen, explore the materials library. We covered Clo3D, and that was to create the garments in. And we also covered Lens Studio, and that turns these garments into an interactive piece, an AR wearable. Some students also explored other softwares outside of this. So synchronous learning was really important to us. So we had support sheets, explainer videos, as well as myself instructing in these softwares. I'm going to pass you back to Gabby now.
Fantastic. We really focused on career development and transferable skills as well. The technical skills and removing the fear of technology. So a number of the students came to us saying, I'm really interested in Clo. I've tried to learn by myself, but I just find it a little bit intimidating. So learning around the 3D window and working within a 3D space was really important. It was important for us as well that the students find their own way of learning. Anyone here on the call who's learned any form of 3D software will know there's a myriad of ways to do the same thing. And as well as learning the software, we wanted to show industry speakers that either use the software or had uses for them. So we had costume designers coming in, we had 3D designers and creative technologists coming in, talk to the students as well, so they could see how their skills could be applied in a real world setting, which is really important to kind of energize you for the learning. The students also learned presentation skills as well. As educators, we believe that the power of combining online learning and in-person learning did foster that peer-to-peer engagement and the real importance of hands-on experiences for our students. And we also supported the students through the unexpected differences they found between creating physical patterns and digital patterns, because obviously there is that tension between if you're used to draping and making a pattern online. So those are the differences that we did work on as well. So moving on, handing over to James for the myths.
Hello, myth busting, everyone's favourite. So, should we do the first one? The kids of today grew up with technology at their fingertips. They are digital natives. They know what they are doing. This is an assumption that holds many people back. The generation coming up is more familiar with a touch screen more than the interface of a computer. Again, that is not the same for everyone, but I would say a significant amount. Even those who are familiar with computer softwares will find it challenging to work in 3D, as it's a completely new experience rather than the traditional 2D. We also have creating digital fashion is easier than making actual clothes. The assumption that making digital is easier is not always the case, and every situation is different. It's really context specific. Sometimes it can be quicker, but a lot of the time it isn't. Software can be taught online. You're already on a computer. False, kind of. It is tougher to teach exclusively online, as it comes with an assumption of digital literacy, knowing where keys are on the keyboard and how to navigate the software. I teach people who don't know how to save a computer sometimes, how to save a file on a computer sometimes. So trying to explain over a computer how to draw a pattern is quite complex. In person can address that issue at the beginning. And lastly, for our myth busting, you only need to learn one software for digital fashion, Master Clo, and you are sorted. Like in real life, we all need to wear many hats, and now in the creative industry, most of us are doing multiple roles, not necessarily all at the same time, but we are jumping between these roles. And in order to master digital making, you also need this ability. Either that, or you also need to be working in larger teams. It can't just be one person on their own making everything. So now, talking of one person learning everything on their own, I'm going to introduce you to one of our wonderful students, Katie, but I will let her introduce herself properly. Are you there, Katie?
Hi. How are you? Thank you so much for having me.
No worries.
I'm a final year student at London College of Fashion studying menswear. I'm inspired by sculptural forms and world creation, and I'm working right now to found a ready-to-wear brand under the name House of Scythe.
Thank you, Katie. That's House of Scythe. For anyone who didn't hear that, we'll share the links for sure. So I'm actually going to move into a video and ask Katie some questions about her experiences on the course. So yeah, thank you again for joining us. So let's just get this video up. Okay, so starting actually with your work here, can I start with the first question with you? What were your experiences learnings and challenges during the course?
Yeah, I had a brilliant experience on the course. Being at the V&A every day was so totally inspiring, and having the Diva exhibition right on our doorstep was incredible. It was an amazing opportunity to meet other industry professionals, and like you were talking about, I didn't know any of the softwares before. So James's teaching made it a whole lot less daunting and made it much more approachable. I think because of the walkthrough nature of the course, you never felt like you were on your own. You felt like it was a steady progression. And it was just incredible to meet so many talented young creatives and work alongside them.
Fantastic, thank you. Just while you're talking, just to let everyone know that we've got the catwalk of the students' work running through. So thank you to all the students that allowed us to share their work in this forum as well. So Katie, how have you grown, and what do you see as since you've done the course, how do you feel like you've grown, and what are the impact on your skills, your processes, and maybe your making since you've done the course?
Yeah, absolutely. I've integrated Clo3D into my toiling or prototype process. This has been incredible, not only for waste reduction, but for creative freedom. I really enjoyed bringing that in, and it brings another twist to my work, which is really interesting. I've also, as James was talking about, outside of the tours, alongside it, taken the time to learn Blender and DAZ 3D, which was an amazing experience as well, and has widened my horizons for the future too.
Yeah, it's brilliant that you kind of took that on board to learn that. So if anyone saw that spiky avatar on the last one, it'll probably come up again. That's Katie's avatar that she developed as well. So it was wonderful that you felt capable, and confident, I think, enough to go into that space.
Yeah, and I wouldn't have been before the course for sure.
Brilliant. And can you reflect on the hybrid approach, so the online and in-person teaching? How did this positively or maybe negatively affect your learning?
Yeah, I think the course for myself and a lot of my peers wouldn't have been attainable if it was purely in person. I do uni at the same time, so having the hybrid meant that I could do both comfortably. I probably wouldn't have been able to do the course at all if it wasn't. Of course, we have a preference for in person because you get to meet people, connect a little bit more, and you can be a little bit more inspired in person. But I think because of the nature of the teaching on the course, I didn't feel like I was just alone with my laptop. I think because the pacing was responsive and because the environment was somewhere you can ask questions, it was quite, oh, can we stop and slow down? I don't know what's happening. And that felt like an okay thing to say. And I think my peers felt the same way.
Fantastic. Now I have a question that I think the technology companies should listen to now. So if you could ask the technology companies for one magic tool, what would that be?
I think for me, coming from a fashion background, what would be most ideal would be if you could, so you have a 3D garment in front of you, maybe something that's exhibiting at the V&A, for example, being able to scan it with your phone, something that was an accessible software to add to your phone, and be able to transfer that onto Clo as a pattern, and then be able to work with that pattern directly from there. I think that would be priceless and definitely a time saver.
I think that would be excellent. I have been scanning with Polycam today, heritage garments, and if we could just suck out the pattern, I'd be thrilled. So yeah, I'm with you as well. I know. Okay, we've put it out there. Now we need it back. And then the last question I had for you was, before you took the course, were there any barriers to entry for learning 3D software? And then also, as you've since done the course, how has the industry responded to you and the attitude from industry about you having learnt Clo and maybe Lens Studio?
Yeah, I think I've wanted to learn 3D softwares for a long time. As you can see from the alien girl just moving around, it's quite embedded into my into my thought process for design. There she is again. But I think that it's very hard to feel like you can do it on your own. It's hard to digest when all the information comes. And YouTube videos, I learned Adobe Suites through YouTube videos, but it doesn't give you like start, middle, end progress. It just like jumps you in directly where your question was asked. And I think that was what was so good about the course. It was gives you the basis, lets you know what all the tools do so that you can like jump off of that and let your creativity rise rather than just be like knowing one specific thing. And I think a lot of people feel the same way, that they don't have time. And I think having that designated learning time was really helpful. It made me be able to just sit down and focus solely on that. And now it's a skill that I have. To do with industry, I think I've just come out of my internship. I had an internship 2 terms at London College of Fashion, and it's definitely seen and appreciated being able to do those skills. And I think that from the brands that I worked with, I was seeing that interest and that little perked ear when you said you were able to do that. So hopefully it continues to be more valuable in the future. And if we can teach the new generation how to do it, I think it will only become more ingrained in the processes.
Yeah, that's brilliant. Thank you, Katie. And obviously you can see from the students' work, the audience can see from the students' work that there's some really, that, you know, the students were also fantastically creative when you came to us, right? It's not like we taught you how to be creative. We taught you how to unlock that within the 3D space. I think that's kind of where it is, as opposed to you came with your creativity and we worked with that. So yeah, thank you so much. We're going to move on to...
Thanks, Katie.
Thanks.
So we're going to move on for James there.
Yeah, should we talk about the future? Having had an emerging designer speak, it kind of fits well. So we're going to talk about future facing and what that means, where we think these spaces can grow. There is the ever-changing, developing and growing ecosystem. How could technology companies play a role in solving these issues? I think a key part of that is going to be documents for interoperability and less siloed in their outward-facing information. We need this cross-pollination of information because it can be really difficult understanding how to take from one software and take it into another, because they don't all do the same thing. And so that's those interoperability manuals. Development of multi-software training. So rather than expecting someone to be able to pick up one software and be able to do a plethora of things, it should be expected that you have time and space to develop in multiple different softwares. Tech companies that open the doors rather than draw the blinds. I mean, this is similar to the first point, but really it is about being less siloed, and it's about being less siloed and more open with the information. Understand why this is the case, because there's a financial incentive there. However, with situations such as the workflow of Clo and Unreal becoming easier, I think there is reason to be optimistic in this space. And lastly, and arguably one of the most important parts, is an avatar that looks like the world around me. And that's diversity in avatars. I think, having taught this for many years now, I think a serious place of issue and that needs development is the avatar creation process, and also making that easier. While there are softwares you can do that in systems like Clo, that could really do with development, because we want to create avatars that represent the world around us, be that size, gender, race. Yes, I'm going to pass you over to Gabby.
Brilliant, thanks, James. So some lessons learned. We're thinking about applying these lessons learned to companies entering the 3D space as well, or possibly who are embarking on training for their teams and for your staff. So the first point that we want to get across, which I think you've probably understood by now, is the case for blended learning, if possible. It really does foster peer-to-peer support, which is invaluable for sort of like getting those skills learned and stuck. If you can explain it to someone else, we all know that there's a much more retention. And also, it was a reflecting on the point before, which is when you're learning on the computer, if you're watching someone else's screen, if you've just got one monitor, if you're watching someone else's screen with Clo interface on it, and you've got your Clo interface on it, all the tools become very, very tiny. It's actually really quite difficult to do that. So yeah, bit of online, bit of offline teaching as well. We request that you give your team the gift of time. Please do not expect them to do it on top of their job, and understand that actually the time that you give them will then be paid back to you with the skills that they are then pouring into your company and your organization. There will always be more than one, so do not think that your 3D journey can be started with one piece of software or just one person. It's very rare that one piece of software will do the job for you, and it's even more rare that one person will do it for you. I know companies where one person is doing it for you, and it's really challenging for them. You know, they are crying in the corner at 10 o'clock at night after the, doing their third round of 3D changes. So please help your teams. And the last point is digital is not a replacement for physical for the ease. Please recognize that this is a new skill as well, and the digital will complement the physical as well. At that point, we are closing up and opening for questions, because this is where we really wanted to make sure we could get some questions for the audience. So I'm going to move on to our last slide to say thank you very much and see if we have any questions.
Thank you. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you very much, folks. Thank you, Gabrielle, James, and Katie. We do have some audience questions, and I'm going to be an audience proxy for a second and put them to you. One is, are you doing this course again? And if so, how can people apply?
Right, well, that's a really great question, because it all depends on budget and funding, and I don't have the answer. I'm really, really sorry. Interestingly, the course was funded by a technology company that we didn't actually use their technology in the software, but it was helping the digital team deliver their programs. So I think we hope it will be. We don't know. How can you apply? It's through the V&A. They do the applications. We help triage, but they do all of the applications with the Fashion Minority Alliance. So.
Perfect. Okay. Well, fingers crossed for you. I will be rooting for that funding to come across. The other question is a technical one, which is, what software did you use for rendering the catwalk visualizations we just saw?
Well, shall I take this one? We used Clo. We used Clo to do the renders this year. This is the second year we have actually run the course, and this year we did Clo within software. And we use specific camera angles and lighting to try and elevate the base Clo settings.
I think that's super interesting for me, because I think as somebody who's been, like I said in my introduction, in this for 15 plus years, the progression of what's possible in terms of visualization fidelity without dipping out to like a proper offline renderer or something is a major step, I think, towards helping shorten the distance between the creative ideas that people like Katie have and how good they can make them look without having recourse to another solution.
Definitely. I mean, I think the only thing I would say with that, because it is absolutely possible, is I might ask Katie this actually. How long did it take to render out your garment?
I think because I overcomplicated it, and because I went through DAZ 3D and Blender for the avatar creation, it wasn't as simple because I had to add the animation. But I know that my peers, they were going purely through Clo. Some of them took like 3 days, some took 2 days. It was definitely a leave your laptop and hope it doesn't blow up moment. It was a while.
I think just a point to add to that as well is the students used all their own hardware, right?
I was about
Yeah, we had some subcomputers if there was going to be a major fail, but students did come with their own hardware, so it's not like they had like really powerful computers to help with the extra rendering. And we had, because we've run this once before, we knew that we were going to have this render time at the end, so we baked it in. But what I would say is James set really clear parameters for what the students how the students had to prepare their avatars and how they had to prepare their garments for the most optimized form of rendering, so they could all also look the same and be on a catwalk together. So there is back-end work around that.
I would say as well that we knew we were prepared that it was going to take a long time, like James did warn us, and I think that we did factor that in, because that's just part of the process, and it's important to learn all aspects of the process and work around it.
Okay, perfect. And I actually have my question is for you, Katie. This is, if you don't mind, would be, as somebody my age, so I'm not old, but I'm in my 40s. I've been out of education for a long time. So I don't have a very good kind of litmus test for how the average person of your age and in your position is thinking about the hybrid of digital skills and traditional fashion skills. So based on what you know about your peers and the people around you, how keen are people on this, and what would it take, do you think, for the people who are not necessarily switched on, who don't necessarily have it on their agenda, to realize the potential of it?
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's like an overall willingness and interest in it. I think people, the general consensus is, oh, I want to learn that. People aren't necessarily making the time to learn that because it is a time investment, but they do want to know more. And I know, going back to uni, speaking about doing the course, my friends were definitely very much interested in doing something similar themselves. And I did motivate a lot of them to try Clo3D, which was really lovely. I think there's still that slight stigma where it's like, but I love real fashion. And it's like I think it's like Gabby was saying earlier, it doesn't need to be a replacement. It just needs to be something alongside it. And I think for my generation, we're and also every generation, we're really caring a lot about sustainability. And I think bringing it into that aspect of the toiling process is really keen and crucial to be pushing, because I think that is the bit that makes a big difference, because people don't always see their creative outcome as a digital thing. And I think sometimes they interpret it as, okay, I'm not allowed to make something in front of us, we have to make something on the screen. Whereas it doesn't have to be one or the other. It can be both or be an integrated process. And I think it's marketing it as an integrated process that will really change the viewpoint in people who are starting out in fashion.
Yeah, I love that. And I think, to the theme of the day, it's whatever gets you closer to the thing you love. The thing you love is the creative process and then the manifestation of it afterwards. And if working in 3D helps to shorten that distance a little bit and starts to bring things to life for you in a more compelling way, then it's not a replacement, it's not a substitute, it's not something separate, it's something that's wrapped up into one. Amazing, thank you. We don't have any other audience questions, and I'm going to move us on to our next session. So for the time being, though, Gabrielle, James, Katie, thank you so much for that. I really enjoyed it. Thank you for joining me.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for having us.
Super. Next, I'm going to welcome on a brand that might not be a household name, depending on where you are in the world, but it's one that's actually the second biggest brand in the portfolio of the Zara parent company, Inditex. It has like 900 stores in nearly 70 countries, and that's Bershka. So Bershka recently celebrated 25 years in business with a pretty comprehensive overhaul of its identity. But behind that outward-facing change, they also put into place some new sizing standards that have a big digital component to them. And those sizing standards are already having a major measurable impact on online returns. So I'm going to bring in Jose and Nicholas from Bershka, who are going to talk about the approach and the tools. And after that, they're going to be joined by Mar from the Alvanon team for a bit of a discussion about some of the implications for the wider industry. So Jose and Nick, it's lovely to see you.
Hi.
I will let you take over.
All right. Hi, everyone. I am Jose Miguel. I am responsible of pattern making department at Bershka. Today, my colleague Nick and I will share with you a bit of our process, digital process garment creation, using Alvanon mannequins, and talk about the benefits that they bring.
And hello, I'm Nicholas. It's really, really nice to be here today. Super inspiring, and that talk before was great. We're actually going to maybe expand on some of the things that they said. And I've been working at Bershka for 6 years, originally as a pattern cutter, and now working more with the 3D development team. And today we'll look at our journey through the eyes of us, which are traditional pattern makers. So, a bit more of an introduction about Bershka, because I agree. I didn't know of Bershka before I moved here to Spain, but yeah, it's part of the Inditex group, and the group involves Zara, Massimo Dutti, Oysho, and we have over 1,000 stores in 70 different markets. And out of all of the other brands, we were the first ones to enter this 3D development. process. So a small history of us. We started with absolutely zero experience, nothing. We were both traditional pattern cutters, and we started with just a trial of 2 licenses, and we saw potential immediately. We thought it was super cool, and it was great how you could see your garments in 3D beforehand. But we knew it would take a lot of development within our team, as we are a team of 40 pattern makers, all with, some with 40 years of experience, traditional pattern cutting. Jumping into 3D straight away is obviously a huge leap. So in the beginning, 6 years ago, we were making garments that look like this, which we both agreed are kind of look a bit terrible. They're a bit,
Not bad, not bad.
Not bad, bit terrible, not bad. The fabrics are really bad quality. They're not draping the way they should accurately look. The avatars are a little bit ugly, not a big problem, but a bit ugly. And basically we weren't happy with our skill level at the beginning, but we persevered. And when we were making great progress, what happened? Well, COVID came along and we were all stuck at home, which meant actually we had a lot of time on our hands to practice and experiment with cloth. And we also realized at the time, as we were stuck at home, is we needed a way to drape and to envision our garments in 3D, because we didn't have access to our workshop, to our studio. So everything really needed to be done on the computer, which when you're trying to work from home, cutting out fabric, sewing fabric yourself it's a process you don't want to go through. So Clo was perfect for this. And when we got back to the office, we decided to develop a dedicated team towards mastering 3D, because it is something you have to master. The talk before us was learning it in 29 days. I think it will give us 29 years and we might master it, but because it's definitely difficult. Yeah. And we have now expanded to our full team of pattern makers. So initially, here's an example of some work that we've done recently. Initially, we began on concentrating on just making the garments look beautiful, like getting the correct fabrics and making things sew together so it looks beautiful. Working also with accessories and creating our own custom fabrics, custom normal maps, opacity maps, all the things you need to make. And creating like studio environments also, and our own trim models that we'd make from scratch inside of Blender. So creating little projects like this, we learned a huge amount, but what we did realize was there was one thing wrong with just building things in Clo, and that was achieving accuracy. And by accuracy, I mean proving that the 3D garments are equivalent to the physical garments that we produce at Bershka. And to achieve this, there was 2 major concepts. We had to have accurate fabrics and, of course, accurate avatars with correct measurements and postures. So we spent a long time researching into creating our own custom accurate fabrics, which means we were researching with Clo into the physical properties, which you see in the box on the top right, or the physical property that you can change to create fabrics as you want them to be. Now, this took us a long time, long process of trying to get these dialed in, but I think now we're very confident that we can quickly recreate accurate fabrics that are going to drape correctly inside a Clo as we want to in real life. Because it's definitely not, well, it's nice making pretty garments, but it's not useful to us if they're not accurate to the physical versions. On top of this also, there's many skills inside of Clo, sewing the garments together, adding elastics in the right places to be able to have the garments represented the correct way. So this led us to part 2, which was updating our avatars.
Yeah, well, to achieve the proper accuracy as well as the fabric, is also really important for us, the body that we use to build that garments, the body where we drape that fabrics. In that sense, we use Albanon avatars in 3D and physical, because we trust in Albanon because of the research that they made to find the standard of the size and the shape of the body and the science behind them.
Yeah. Yeah, we found it super important that we could have the physical and the digital exactly the same so that we can trust the process. Because we were also finding it was impossible to make pattern rectifications accurately with the Clo avatars. And we were making changes to the pattern that just weren't working out in the physical garments. So we were going backwards and losing more time and money and effort. And once we changed the Alvanon avatars, the rectification we would make were real, which is the correct process. And then we consistently tested this by creating a new base pattern library. And every time we made a physical garment, we had the digital and physical version next to each other, and we assessed the accuracy and whether we were going in the right direction. And luckily we were. And here's an example, here's a case study. So this is a garment we produced recently, which on the far left, you can see the simplified version, which is what we'd normally demonstrate to the designers when we make an initial fitting process with them. So with this, it's simplified, so you can clearly see the cut lines, the volume of the frills, the total lengths, all these kind of things. So we'd make rectifications with the designer in person. And if it's necessary, which it not always is, we would add more texture to the fabrics, which you can see in the second woman. And that way you can get a better representation of the final outcome. And then the third photo is the final outcome placed on top of the mannequin from Alvanon. And then fourth is our fit model. So we also have an internal fit model, because obviously a solid mannequin can get you really far, but we also need to test final things on a real person. And the point is that we want to see the same dress across all 4 images so that we know that we're accurate in our way of working. And I think we're happy with this one. I think it's really showing the process well. Yeah. One thing that's important is our fit model is a size S, like is the avatar we're using, but no 2 models are the same. No real human is the same measurement day to day. So totally, we work towards the sizing standard of this Alvanon mannequin, because that's consistent. And all our teams will be working towards this sizing chart consistently, because we can change model, but we don't need to change mannequin from now on. So that's been great. All right. So as a result of everything we learned, we created some foundations, some processes to work towards. And that is quite a simple formula, really. We have the size measurements, correct? We have that Alvanon physical mannequin. We also use the Alvanon 3D mannequin. We're using Clo as a tool to be able to drape all of these things. And what's important is that we have a skilled user who knows how to use Clo correctly. And as a result of all of this, we're gaining much higher quality fitting of our garments. We're making rectifications, firstly in 3D, which is better than having to recut fabric consistently. And then our production overall is faster, which is super important for Bershka, because we are a fast fashion company and we need to be able to produce best we can as quick as we can. And what we are having less of is waste fabric, physical rectifications, and the major one, which is customer returns. We're reducing our customer returns huge amount, which leads us to conclusions. Vale la pena.
Vale la pena.
Vale la pena. Is it worth it?
Is it worth it? In Spanish.
In Espanol. Is it worth it? Well, yes, definitely. We found it was worth it, because obviously it takes a lot of investment of money, time, effort, energy, training, all these things to come to a point where you can drape a garment in Clo accurately, quickly. We need to work quickly. And we've got to that point now, and we've had such a large reduction in customer returns that this alone is an improvement, which is worth it. But on top of that, we have improved confidence and trust between our designers and pattern making teams. The communication between them two is much better.
Improve a lot.
Improve a lot. And we also learned a big lesson, which is Bershka is a physical garment company. We're here to sell real garments. We're not a 3D model company. So we're not making the most beautiful 3D models possible. We're using Clo as a tool to create better garments faster and cheaper. And this simply cannot work without accurate avatars. So fully detailed in texture models is slow. and it's very difficult to train pattern cutters to also be 3D artists. As a result, most of the use of Clo is to check the pattern process.
Here you can see a quick example of how a 3D fit check in Bershka looks. I mean, how we do when we are checking the fitting, just to check the volume, the shapes, the proportions. It has clear appearance, not details, something easy and clear to have better communication with the designers and to know how they want and if we are in the right way or not. And that's improved a lot our workflow and our results when we have the physical garment here from supplier. We always say good enough is good enough.
Yeah. The foundations, if the foundations are followed, then all users, pattern makers especially, can get really positive results. And we're really happy with how much we've achieved here so far in the last few years. So that's our presentation. I really hope you enjoy it. It's been really fun to present. And if you guys have any questions, we're here to answer anything.
Thank you so much, Nicolas and Josemi. It's been so inspiring. Hello, how are you guys? It's been so inspiring, and you should be proud, guys, of what you have achieved, because it's really great. So we have received actually a few questions from the audience. So here's one of it. Why was it important to set these size set standards for Bershka? Not just the 3D ones, the avatars, but in general, these standards. Why was it so important for you as a brand?
We are still working with the live models, but it changed a little bit, I mean, a lot, our workflow, because we always check the final fit in a live model with the model that we have here. And from now, we have the mannequins from Albanon, that last modification are made over that mannequin. I mean, we use the mannequin to adjust the thing, all the things in the volume if it needed, and not in the physical model, because they change and we have to be consistent. And the benefits that we have doing that is, you see in the presentation, is like reduction in returns online, because of the people are happier with our garments when they receive for the first time, because our size is consistent. We try to do that. It's not easy in a huge company like that to have consistency in the sizes, but Albanon mannequins and 3D avatars from Albanon are helping us a lot to achieve that goal.
Yeah. And I don't know, Mara, if you've experienced yourself in some shops when you try on one garment which is an S and it fits perfectly fine, and you try on a different garment which is also an S and it's completely different. That's something we want to completely get rid of, consistency throughout all departments. And so when you buy an S, you know it's going to arrive as an S. It should be simple, but it's been a journey.
Yeah, no, that's so important actually, guys, because I mean, that's brilliant. And it's something that we sometimes in the business forget about the consumer, and we are working for them. So that's super important what you just said, guys. So another one, what happened internally? Because you have been talking about a process and when you started 6 years ago and where you are right now, what happened internally within the departments when you started? You were, I don't know if they saw you as the crazy ones, or how did you get everyone on board?
I take this. Yeah, the crazy one can take this. Wow, it's like moving a heavy rock. When you work in such a giant company, it's to get a new process of thinking moved along is a difficult, challenging process. Not impossible, but of course challenging. We've been really enjoying it because we see the benefits so quickly, and we have so many like inspired workers here at Bershka. So once they saw the benefits, they were all super keen to learn. And we were basically just adapting what we already know and just modernizing it slightly, making it 3D, making it computerized, digitized. So we perform training sessions, and we give initiatives to anyone who's looking to learn, who's not necessarily even in the pattern making department, but some designers as well. So we try and make it fun as well. And in terms of like changing our way of thinking, I think it wasn't too difficult because I think it all made sense. We tried to make it the work process change as simple as possible for it to make sense to everyone. And then as a result, day to day, everyone is really working with this foundation, and we've had great benefit because of it.
That's great, really great. And I also know, because you know we know each other, we talk quite often. We know that you are kind of the first ones, or one of the first ones within the group. So you were not just the crazy ones within FADA, within Bershka, but also kind of within Inditex. I think it's quite important, right, for you guys to cooperate and collaborate with the rest of the brands, right?
Yeah, I think we were the first ones to market, you'd say. So we're
the very first ones.
The first ones. So
you should be proud.
We're proud.
We have to do it.
Yeah. The other brands have seen where we're improving, and I think they're interested, obviously, to adapt and learn as well from us. So, but we obviously work as a team together, and we're all one family. So, whatever benefits we have to give to the rest of the team, we're happy to give.
Perfect. And besides this huge improvement in returns, which is, I thought, 10%, you said, so it's really
around 10%. It's moving
around 10%. Around 10%, let's say, which is really crazy. I mean, I can imagine that you have seen some other improvements, like less wastage in fabric, you mentioned samples, so on. These help the rest of the teams you work with within the company to support your idea, your new process, and so on. Did they really see that as a great improvement? I guess so, but
yeah, I'd just say one thing quick. The confidence you get as a pattern maker when you can print your first pattern out and the garment arrives and it's perfect, feels great. So rather than having to rectify your garment 3 times to get it looking nice and wasting so much time and effort.
Yeah, we can talk about also in the reduction in the chance of the fitting. I mean, usually we have to see 3 garments before to give okay production, or to see if the garment is okay. And then now it could be 1 or 1.5 if you want to be precise.
Yeah.
I mean, we are reducing a lot our time when we are doing garments, because of all of that garments are based in the same body, and as a pattern maker, you know that this is quite important thing.
Yeah,
makes your life easier.
That's it.
Great. Finally, I would just there are a lot of things from your speech that really trigger me, and I hope that our audience for sure. And I would like to wrap up with 2 sentences that you have said, and I think it's great. They are great. One is good enough is good enough, which is very inspiring, I think, for all of us, because sometimes we tend for the perfection when things need to be workable and more realistic. And then another one is trust. So because you gain the trust of everyone in the company. So for me, those are like the 2 main messages.
Totally. And trust is gained, and we've gained it through our 6 years of experience now. So we're at a good point, I'd say, and ready to move forward with more exciting things. And yeah, hi Ben.
Hello, folks.
Hello, Ben.
Hello, Mar. How are you doing? I really enjoyed that conversation. Thank you very much. I'm now the harbinger of having to hold you to time and hand off to the next folks. I actually had a question of my own though for Jose and Nick, which was, so we've just wrapped on some research at the moment, and there's some contrasting kind of feelings in it. From the consumer's perspective, fit, sizing are super important, like essentially top of the decision-making criteria when it comes to deciding what to buy. From a brand and kind of technology investment perspective, it's emerging relatively in the middle and a little lower than you would expect. So there's a misalignment there between what the consumer wants and what brands are kind of in aggregate are going after. Why do you think it is that some brands are kind of reluctant to do the type of work that you've done here?
I believe it depends on the profile of the person working. So us, for example, in the pattern team, we're going to fight for what's important to us. So to us, measurements and sizing and fitting is the most important thing. For me, design, I don't care. Now, I don't care. I just want to make the most perfect pattern possible. Perhaps in other brands, because they haven't invested yet in this 3D world, they're maybe stuck in their ways of doing well. I imagine if you have to rectify a garment using pencil and paper and you have to copy it out, it's a long process. Our process is so quick and simplified and modern that we have the energy and time to really concentrate on the fitting now.
I think that's a really good response. Sorry, go ahead.
Most of the returns are because of the size. We know that. And then if we have that problem, we need to solve it. I mean, if the people are not happy with the size or they cannot find the proper size, is a return.
Yeah. I think that's brilliant, because it has something that has a very clear net benefit in that sense in the returns and then the waste that Mark talked about. But getting there is a matter of having the tools and being able to streamline things the way that Nick mentioned, because that then reduces this feeling that it's a huge burden to improve sizing. It's a huge burden to improve fit. Once you've got the right tools to do it, stops being that way and stops feeling that way. So I really appreciate your perspective. Thank you very much. So joining with kind of Jose, Nick, and Mars has been fantastic. I'm now going to lead us into our next session. And this one is, we talked a lot there about why fit and sizing matter. Now we're going to talk a bit deeper, I think, about how that ladders up into 3D and what it looks like to work on size sets virtually as a way to improve inclusivity and improve efficiency. To go through all of that, it's a pretty big remit. I want to bring on Liz, Kimberly, and Chris, who all work on the blocks and grading and the technical side of things for Alvenon. It's lovely to see you.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having us.
Not at all. You're very welcome. The floor is yours. I will pop back on to ask some questions afterwards.
Awesome. All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Liz Maginot. I work for Alvenon. I'm on the blocks and grading team. I also work in 3D, and we're here today also with Kim. Kim, go ahead.
Hi. Welcome, everyone. So glad you can join us today. I've been with Alvenon for the past 4 years as a technical consultant on the blocks and grading team. I've been working extensively in 2D and 3D technologies early on, and I'm really excited that we can share some of our experiences with you today. I think we're going to start by exploring the effectiveness of using standard size sets in 3D to assess garment grade performance.
And what we also want to bring in our talk today is just a very agnostic view of using 3D. We use multiple software programs in our process in order to kind of provide visibility to what's going on. So that'll be kind of sprinkled in and throughout our presentation today as well. And so we're going to start off with looking at the extended size grouping for the North America men and big men. And it's a big range, isn't it, Kim?
Yeah, it is.
It's a lot of different shape, and the body is changing throughout all of these bodies. So the really tough thing to tackle here is achieving consistent sizing for all these bodies in an extended range. It can be a lot to unpack and consider from a technical viewpoint. So first, we're going to kind of go over our technical approach. And Kim, if you want to kind of take it from here for that.
Sure. So what we would recommend with a size range that is this large is to split them up into 2 different size ranges. And what we're showing here is our classic men's size range with a core size of 40, and then the big men's size range with the core size of 52. With each of them having their core size, it's going to be much easier to reach out to those far ends of each of those size ranges and achieve a more consistent and better fit.
And before we kind of kick it off, when we dive into using these size sets and talking about fit, we first want to start by showing you an example of how the body shape can vary despite the standard measurements that you're using. So this is an example where I have taken a parametric avatar, and I've edited the avatar to match the measurements of the alpha form, the Big Men 52. And in this video on the left, I'm overlaying the alva form, which you're seeing in yellow. I'm moving it to the side over the parametric body that I've edited the measurements for. And I just want to show that even though these are measuring the same, there's a lot about the body contouring and posture and stance that it's a little tricky to control if that's not standard in all of the software platforms that you're using. And this would all be very important that matches back to your target customer and the fit standard. So aligning on these, shape differences and using the same body every time is very important. You can see, some of that contouring at the low hip, the way that the parametric body circumference is being distributed around at the side and the back is not the same as the edited parametric body that's being shown.
I just love watching that.
Yeah, and we have the front view and the side view as well, just to kind of show there's differences there. I do have another example where I'm now adding in the default size 40 man, and I'm editing some of those measurements within Clo to match the classic men's 40 body. And, it looks pretty simple. You can type in the measurements that you want, and the software does a really good job of producing a body and kind of, maintaining the overall shape and proportion to what that parametric started as. And then taking it even a step further, I took this parametric body and I overlaid it with the alva form. And I'm just going to show you how within the software, you can edit the joints of the parametric bodies. Now, the virtual alva forms are kind of locked in, let's say, and that's really a benefit because then you can trust that the joints and the body deformation and all of those areas are the same every time. Whereas with, the parametric bodies, while editing a parametric body, it might seem really easy. You can move the joints, edit the measurements, but the result, it's not a reliable technical tool. And we're going to speak about having a core size body and a size set of avatars. And this is really to have repeatable and consistent sizing. You can see that in the video, I've edited some of those joints, but the key areas of shape, such as, the low hip, like underneath the glute and at the low back, underneath the chest, those contouring areas were not really able to be edited, even though the posture and stance had changed.
Isn't that interesting?
And so I'm going to pass that off to Kim. She'll kind of talk a little bit about our approach for cohesive growth.
So let's take a step back and focus on body shape. So looking at this video of the North American men, starting with size 35, going up to 52, this video is going to show you the cohesive growth of each size group. you can see when you look at it that each size is related to the next and they're proportional to each other, which is even more important. And if you'll notice, even although the height, there's no differences, but as the sizes get bigger and the body mass increases, the overall lengths are impacted. Viewing a nested body, it's a great way to visualize how the body shape evolves. So if you're adopting a fit standard and a size range, just having this visual gives you a really good overall perspective on how that body shape evolves.
Absolutely. And utilizing this cohesive body really represents a very clear message to your customer when you're developing fit intent and utilizing those fit standards to fit on. Just kind of want to double back to the parametric example that I had done previously and how it relates to the cohesive growth. So on the left are the alviform bodies, the 52 and the 40. And then on the right are the two bodies that had been edited, the 52 in the back, and then the 40 in the front. And remember, I did edit the joints of the 40, the man that's in the front. And you can kind of see for the cohesiveness, there's a few areas that are different, and that could create a little bit of a fit challenge as you're grading and trying to review things from a technical point, such as the low hip, even like the tilt of the hips or the way that the shoulders are contoured in or out, the stance.
Yeah, and the slight subtle differences like in the posture, even the back and then the shaping in the front, it's going to give your rise on your lower body garments a completely different fit.
Yeah, absolutely. So moving on to, we've covered the body and, the importance of having that fit standard and the consistency within your size range. And so now we just want to talk a little bit about our internal process of creating an authentic block. And Kim, do you want to elaborate a little on that?
Sure. What Liz and I do is we develop blocks that map to our standards. So this is an example of the trouser block for the classic men's size, core size 40. And our development process, just kind of high level, is we start developing that pattern for that standard. And we use 3D to vet the fit first so that we can look at it. We've had the fabrics tested, so they're as close as possible that we can get to the actual fabric that we're using in our sample. And using 3D is really helpful because there's so many tools within 3D that allows us to analyze fit and to get a better judgment before we actually have a physical sample sewn. And we always do, in order to have that authentic block, we always validate the fit in a physical sample. And then are comparing that physical sample back to the 3D again, to be able to calibrate our eye so that we know what we're looking at in 3D versus what's actually attainable in that real life sample. So we'll start with this validated authentic block, and then we want to talk a little bit about using this block and bringing it into the garment grade. So in grading the trouser, this is just a little bit about our methodology. We spend a lot of time talking about cohesive body shape, but there's also a crucial aspect for the garment grade. So our methodology, it tries to ensure that the core size pattern shape is translated to all of the additional sizes. So we aim to control the shape through standardizing grade increments as well as the distribution of the grade around the pattern. So for example, on the, I guess you're moving a little bit further ahead of me, Liz. On the last one, the rise shape is consistent to the core size on all sizes. And even though when you walk a pattern together at the inseam, we are also ensuring that seam intersections are nice and smooth. The rise distribution, we apply it both at the waist and at the crotch point. And the girth is distributed evenly around the low hip at the front rise, front side seam, back rise, and back side seam. And let's see where we're at here. The key girth grades. The key girth grades do follow a differential grade because they do follow the body as best as possible. So the waist, high hip, and low hip are going to have different grades, differential. And the waist X grade at the rise may be different from the waist X grade at the side seam, depending on the size range that we're looking at. But we're always trying to improve the grade and to be able to achieve a more improved fit across the size grouping. And then lastly, we always maintain a balance of the leg from the knee down to the leg opening. So that's grading equally both on the inseam and the outseam. The back pattern grade, the grade of the front pattern is applied to the back pattern as well. So this methodology that I kind of ran through quickly, it's easy to communicate. So if you're working with multiple vendors, you're more likely to get consistent results. So let's take a look at this graded pattern for the North American men's classic size range as we've simulated it on the size set.
Mm-hmm. And Kim, I just want to reiterate too that having standards in place, not only for the tools that you're using between the digital space and the physical space, but also having these standards of how you're applying grading to the pattern, how you're validating your pattern and your core size. You know, Kim and I have created consistent ways of working on our team so that we can have consistent results and be able to learn from them, you know, every time we do it.
Mm-hmm. So as we're looking at this size range, I know it's kind of small and not as easy for you to digest some of the details, but the further away that you get from that core size, the fit starts to be compromised a little bit. But it makes sense because if you recall back to the video that we were looking at of the body, as the body is going from that size 40 all the way up to a 52 and down to a 35, the body shape is changing. So it's very difficult to achieve an optimal fit just through a grade. So you
but the really cool thing about, you know, viewing in 3D is you can really understand what's going on and make these decisions and be able to see how the grade is translating.
So if you kind of look at like the size 46, you know, when you look at the side view, you can start to see, you know, there's more of a ripple behind that back leg, and it's kind of getting a little bit worse as you get up to the size 52. Mm-hmm. And what we're also looking at is the transparent view and the opaque view and the pressure map view, just the tools in 3D that make it so easy for us to review these size sets. So looking at these separate size ranges, you know, you kind of want to make a decision on, you know, if we're using one range or two range and how you're going to assort. It all kind of depends too on how you're going to assort that product on the floor. Let's see. So if you develop an additional core size 52, then you can use that 3D to compare the size results from each approach. And of course, it's a brand decision. It's extra work when you have two core sizes. But we're going to show you some of the results and what we're seeing as we take the classic men's size 40, graded up to 52, and then the big men's 52, which has been also that core size developed and graded down to 46. And let's take a look at some of those overlapping sizes. But first, let's take a look at the big men's trouser block that we validated the fit on. So this is the big men's 52, the core size, and we have the sample on the left and the 3D image on the right. And the same process was used to develop this as the men's trouser, which I went through a little bit earlier. So looking at that, in the next slide, what we're going to look at, on the left is the classic men's 40 core size. On the right is the big men's core size 52. And then in the middle is the graded size 52 that comes from that core size 40. So looking at it from the front, not as many differences, but you can see it's maybe a little bit, the middle one is a little bit more hippie if you're comparing the middle one to the right one. The legs are a little bit more flared. I think we've got a side view too to look at, right, Liz?
Yeah, and it almost makes it look like the body is different. But I just want to reiterate here that the size 52 body in the middle and on the right, it's the same body. It's the identical body. It's just how you want to plug and play it into your size ranges and group them, and which core sizes you'll develop.
And when you look at this one, I think this one is really interesting to look at, because look at that core size 40, the body, and then look at the 52 body. And, you know, what has happened to that body as it's increased to size 52? You've had so much more growth on the front of the body versus the back of the body. And to achieve that difference in a grade, the grade gets really complex. You know, you could complicate that grade a little bit more, get a little bit closer, but then how do you communicate that grade across your vendor base to get consistency? The back view, I think, is really interesting too. You have a lot of drag lines on that graded 52, seeing that the back really has a poor fit, where the core size 52 in this instance is much better. So redeveloping, using that other core size 52, you're definitely going to get a better fit.
Mm-hmm. And we're going to take a look at the pattern differences because they are pretty drastic. But first we want to show you a video in 3D. So really diving into the capabilities that 3D offers and viewing things from a way that you might not have been able to do in the physical sense. So we're going to review in this video. This is the same three bodies that we were talking about. We have the core size 40 on the left, the graded 52 in the middle, and then the core size 52 on the right. And you can view the garments in transparent. You can really zoom in and see them close up to understand if that size is translating well through your grading or not. Because Kim and I were talking about this when we were developing this presentation, is that the way that you group your sizes might not always be the same for every product, or the way that you decide which sizes you'd offer might not always be the same.
Mm-hmm. And another fun feature in 3D is you can remove pattern pieces. You can with a real sample, but then you've destroyed your sample, right? This is quick and easy, gives you an opportunity to really analyze those pattern shapes and to see if you can improve that fit with the grade or not.
Mm-hmm. And just because the pattern piece is hidden, it's still, and now we're going to hide the body, it still holds the garment in a 3D space as if the body is still there, as if it's still sewn to that other piece. So it's really just kind of removing the curtain of one side of the pant in order to kind of peek in there and see what's going on. That's a really good view with the body hidden of the rise. And of kind of that inner leg, this visual that was really tough to see with the body and the other leg there.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And to kind of give you an idea of, you know, what we're looking at as far as pattern shapes and then comparing them to the body. I'm a very visual person, so that's why we threw this extra visual in there. Here we have the front and back pattern pieces kind of wrapped around the core size and the graded size, and then of course the core size 52. And we're going to show you coming up in the next one, the overlay of the graded men's 52 and the core 52 pattern pieces. But this kind of helps to show those pattern differences in what we're seeing on that actual sample. So this is an overlay of the graded 52 on top of the core size 52. And looking at the differences there's differences in the rise angles, the distribution through the through room or the saddle, the front to back girth distribution at the waist, high hip and low hip, the dart size, leg shape. I mean, these differences would be difficult to achieve through a garment grade. The grade would get quite complex.
Yeah, anything's possible. It's just, is it repeatable and easy to apply? And can you train your vendors on applying that if it's that complex?
Mm-hmm.
So, some compromises have to be made when you're talking about producing things, in production. And that's why the alternate core size is a really good way to improve the fit if you can't apply a very complicated grade.
Yeah, and let's just show them one more overlay. In this one, I've aligned the fronts on top of each other where the crotch is X is 0 and the center of the leg Y is 0. And then I walked the back pieces to the front pieces, starting at the crotch, going down the inseam. And you can see from doing that, the difference in that through room. That graded 52 has a much deeper through room, and that was causing a lot of those wrinkles that you were seeing on the back of the leg and in between the leg.
So we're going to move on to kind of discuss what to do about these overlapping sizes, because you'll see the classic men optimal grouping that goes up to the 52. In the big men range, it goes down to a 46. So those 4 sizes in the middle, it's kind of a brand decision whether or not you'd offer both, or would you potentially pick a lane, pick which core size you're going to grade from, and reduce your SKUs and not offer that overlap.
Right. Even if you're not offering product that goes up into the sizes 56 through 68, consider that alternate core size of a 52, because now we can look at them, what's happening to that fit is you're coming from that 52 going down to the 46 versus grading it up from a 40.
Mm-hmm. And we're going to look at these just a little more close up. And first off, you might be caught off guard a little bit because the bodies appear different. But we did want to just bring attention to the fact that with the alva form, there are different versions of the same body. So you're looking at on the right is the basic alva form with seams. And on the left is the human-like version with slightly more elevated features and kind of matching that human anatomy. And then there's also, even there's with skin. So just because they look different, they have the same shape and the poses are the same, and you can use them interchangeably in your technical purpose.
Yeah, this was actually an accident that, we've started putting the slide together. We're like, oops, we used human-like here, and then we used basic there. So we wanted to explain that to you. You're still getting the same fit, and these are the exact same. It's the exact same fit as you have in that physical alva form. So here we're looking at the graded 50 coming from the core size 40 on the left and coming from the core size 52 on the right. And then we're looking at the 48. And then the 46.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and just want to highlight that, with 3D, you can easily try both of these graded garments on the bodies and look at them and see the results and be able to decipher the right decisions of where to go. Using the 3D tool is a very quick way rather than getting all these models in and dealing with different body shapes. This is a very tactful way to creatively, quickly make a decision.
Yeah, and we use pants as an example because pants are tricky, right? They're tricky to get a good fit. And we wanted to show you what these differences are in pants. But I think it's also very useful if we take a look at an upper body garment. So we're going to also look at we're going to start with the men's. We're going to stay within the same classic men's, North American men's series, and we're going to start with the knit tee block. So this is the authentic knit tee block. And what we've done is the same thing here is we're looking at the core size 40 developed on the left, and then the big men's 52 developed on the right. And then in the center is the graded 52 that's coming from that classic 40. And you're seeing slight differences in fit again, but maybe not as drastic as looking at the trousers. Some of the things we're seeing here is the sleeves have a little bit more wrinkles in them. Now, keep in mind, we're working with a knit fabric. We're working with a garment that has ease under body. But this is an overlay of those two sizes, the graded 52 over the core size 52. And I'd say the biggest difference is your shoulder slope is different, because as that body goes from that 40 to the 52, the body fills out a little bit. The shoulder slope does change slightly. Also, there's less length from the high point of shoulder to the bottom of the armhole on the back of the body in the big men's 52 than there is in the graded pattern. So that's causing a difference in the sleeve cap height. Also the across front and the across back. And if we take a look at the next slide, that's going to show, like you can see a little bit of pulling on the across front on that graded pattern. It doesn't have quite enough room. And then there is a lot extra back length. But I mean, the changes are subtle. You know, in an upper body garment, you might be able to get by with not having that alternate core size. So one example that we're using is we're going to take this knit tee and we're going to develop an oversized knit tee to kind of walk you through some examples of also a size set and the tools within 3D. So here we have that garment that we've developed, and we've graded the entire size range in numeric from 35 to 52 with your core size 40. So it's just an oversized knit tee, short sleeve, crew neck.
Yeah, and it's not very common to see numeric sizes in a knit tee. So we did kind of want to discuss that alpha conversation as well, because it's a really quick way to reduce SKU counts by offering, instead of the 12 sizes, by offering 6. But then using 3D to, depending on what you're developing, you might want awareness to what all of these bodies that went away, the numeric customers, that they're still out there shopping and trying to pick the size that they would fit into. And so the fit intent will look a little different on them than it would be for the core size or for this alpha size that's noted. So we're just going to use 3D to take a look at what's going on. If for example, in the medium, there's the 38 and the 39. If they were to try this tee on, using 3D to swap out those bodies and see how the fit would be. So you have your 38 on the left, your 39 in the middle, and then the core size 40. And they're all wearing the same size tee, the medium.
And here we're just looking at the opaque front view and then the pressure map. Because it's oversized, you're not going to see a lot of difference in the pressure map. But we thought we'd show you that, you know, as a tool also. And then looking at it in transparent, you'll notice that all these blocks that we've been showing you, they have lines on them, and our blocks have lines on them that map to the standard. So it gives us something to look at in the transparent view to be able to align it with that standard. And what we're seeing here is, you know, that size medium t-shirt on that 38 body is actually, you know, 2 inches bigger on that body than it is on the core size 40. So we're looking for differences. You know, can that size 38 get by with wearing a size medium? Will the fit aesthetic still be there?
Yeah, and then if you are trying it on your 38 and you're thinking it looks too big, it kind of gives you an internal opportunity during development to go back and maybe assess the ease that you established on your core size.
But if you do that, you know, just keep in mind, we're looking at 3 sizes that are included in the size medium. Don't make a fit decision based on looking at a small segment. Make sure you are looking at the entire numeric segment when you're making those fit decision changes.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's easy to do that with your size set.
Yeah, a brand's fit intent versus the customer perception of fit is something also I want to talk about, you know, what the wearing preference is. Without a standard, you know, there's really no clarity in establishing the fit intent in terms of slim or oversized. So a brand can't control how the customer wants to wear it, but they can control having a clear message about the intention of how it was meant to fit. From there, the customer can use, you know, clear messaging and decide on what to buy.
Yeah, that's a really good point, Kim. Absolutely. And also in 3D, we're going to switch gears just a little bit in order to show you ways that you can create and visualize color in 3D too. And it's a really great way to do all of this in a very sustainable way beforehand, before making samples, and just kind of look at and rearrange the way that you have your colors and decide what to do and which ones you want to offer. Maybe you eliminate certain SKUs that you originally had planned. And you can kind of arrange them and understand which groupings of colors you want to offer. You can also use 3D to experiment with print, placement, and scale. So if you started out with, I'm sure it's a very common story that you started out with so many SKUs and designs that you loved, and maybe you want to see them all in 3D and then look at these renders in maybe like a line sheet or for a presentation internally to kind of narrow those down and determine which prints and colors I want to have. You can also use 3D to elevate your styles, to experiment with creating other styles. So this is that underlying oversized tee that's been elevated into a little hoodie, and using different color blocking and adding trims visually within 3D to use for design concept. Here's a video within Browseware where you can create cut marks on your pattern in order to add color blocking seams without actually adding seams. So I'm going to go through and put the alva form into an A pose, so it'll be a little bit easier to view the side seam area. And what a designer might do is they can create different color swatches within the software and apply them to different areas of the garment in order to kind of play visually with how that color blocking is going to be. And so it's a really nice way, instead of dealing with multiple pattern pieces, it can also reduce your file size while you're working. Instead of having an extra pattern piece for that pocket on there or having an extra seam, it can really speed up the way that you can be creative and visualize as you're designing. And this is an example. I'm just playing with color on the front panel and on the sleeve, adding cut marks. And this is, the fun part of using 3D a little bit as well. And I loved earlier when the panel, we were talking about the digital fabric elements and, just determining your use case for 3D or what the end output is. If you need very high quality fabrics for visual purposes, for marketing, you need those maps very high quality, or are you more concerned about the physics of the fabric for your use?
This is interesting.
Yeah, so kind of seeing how the color blocking was and then deciding, oh, actually, I do think that it would be cool to maybe add a little bit here. It's just a very quick way to visualize. So, and then, from there, you can see your garment in different colors. And there's also ways to produce multiple colorways and view them as 3D objects. Spinning, it's a great way to kind of communicate your vision to other internal teams. And then this is a video of, kind of bridging in between the technical aspect and then as well as kind of the more human marketing aspect. This is a video where I've swapped out the virtual alva form for the human with skin. And it's the same body, so it was really easy. But this might just help maybe a different, a cross-functional team envision this garment in a more outward-facing, customer-facing way. And this is the V-Ray was kind of coming up to show the realistic hair and more textures. So then we're going to be wrapping up here. So thoughts to take with you. Kim, would you like to go over these? So having a fit standard, it's a really important technical tool.
Sorry, I lost you there for a minute.
That's all right. We talked a lot in the beginning about having a fit standard, and it can be a really useful technical tool if it's the same 3D tool as your physical tool, that digital twin, and in all different software programs. And then utilizing a size set with cohesive growth back to that fit standard is very important when you're using 3D to make technical decisions.
Mm-hmm. And leveraging 3D tools for operational efficiency. There's just so much more that you can do with 3D than you can with that physical sample. And efficiencies, I mean, you're reducing the number of samples. And considering adding an additional core size to enhance the size inclusivity for the extended ranges, I think that's really important to be able to achieve a really good fit across that extended size range.
Absolutely. And then using 3D visualization, overall, it just allows us to make more informed decisions regarding the style development or size strategies and overall SKU rationalization. Earlier, there was just this recurring theme of, it's not like we're replacing the physical aspect. It's really a complement. And so using 3D where you can be a really great way to be alongside the physical aspect.
Yeah, thank you. And we hope this leaves you with a feeling of being inspired or gives you a fresh perspective, and so that you can continue to evolve in your brand.
Amazing. Thank you very much, Liz. Thank you, Kim. I'm here to be a bit of an audience proxy and ask you a couple of questions that we've had in while you've been presenting. The first of those was, can we do body poses using digital alpha forms? So when we're talking about sizing and we're talking about that whole visualization piece, where do we come in with poses?
Yes. Do you want to take it, Liz?
Sure. Yeah. So there's a lot of complex anatomy and muscle deformation that goes into creating a pose or even further animation. But the alpha forms do come with different poses that have been kind of vetted and ensuring that all the measurements and all of those aspects are accurate at each pose. So it can be a really great way to check movement or understand how the garment looks in different ways. We also internally do use the different poses in our development as well. And certain poses are better for assessing pants as well as assessing tops. So there's a lot of different options.
And in children's wear too, I might add, right, Liz? There's a lot more poses in children's wear because children are more challenging to fit too, where you have, we have a crawling pose, and different ones like that will also aid in fit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
amazing. Cool. Another one from kind of similar sort of perspective. How complicated is it to set up reviewing a size set of avatars like that? Because I think you've done a really good job of articulating the benefits and giving people that inspiration. I think a lot of folks are potentially wondering what does the kind of the learning curve and the on-ramp to doing something like this look like?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, usually it's, once you've established your core size and your size range, it's usually within that 3D software a one-time setup, unless you want to have a setup with numeric sizing and a setup with alpha sizing, but usually it's just a one-time setup.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, that's just for setting up the bodies. When you're talking about dressing garments too, there's the human element that comes into it. So you've dressed your core size. There's steps that you take for each size to simulate them individually. It's not necessarily a hit the button and they all simulate all sizes.
Yeah, and
every software is different.
Yeah, I was just going to say that each software we work in is just a little bit different.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect. And when we think about the return on that effort, then where would you think that this would have the most impact? If you put yourself in the shoes of somebody working in this kind of technical design space, what is the most impactful part of it?
I would say having that size standard, having that consistency, that reliability to always come back to, having that whole range of sizes of alpha forms available in your 3D software.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's most impactful.
Yeah, and I think it allows us to take a step back and not make subjective decisions based on, you know, someone down the hall that you called in to try on your jump size. It's very, it just kind of removes the bias. You're looking at the same size and then, you know, a size up. It's the same every time of the size set you're pulling in. So it allows you to be very consistent, regimented, and move forward in a very tactful way.
Perfect. And the final one, this one's from the audience. How do we work across height variations? Is that a variable that's accommodated for?
Yeah, well, with the exception of children, our adult standard series, we don't have any height differentiation. We kind of leave that to the brand to make that decision, because really our research has shown that there is no correlation of height change within a size range. But a brand might decide to, you know, I think it's been traditional for most brands to, you know, the larger the size, the taller the person gets. And if that's what is working for you and your target market, then we let you stay with that. You know, that is what you can follow.
Yeah.
Perfect. That's a great answer. Thank you very much. Liz and Kim, thank you for your time. It's been a pleasure. I really enjoyed that session, and it's a really good capstone on a lot of the other things that the other presenters have touched on today. So thank you for joining me, and thank you for walking us through all of that.
Thank you, Ben. Thanks, everyone.
Not at all. Folks, that brings us to the end of day 2. Told you I had a standing desk and I was going to look a little taller. I'm in the standing position. It's also now dark here in the UK. We've covered a lot of ground, but I think what's interesting for me is that last presentation really brings us back around to something I said, which is being able to do things digitally drives informed decision making. There's a lot to take away from today across all of the different individual sessions. So if I could leave you with think about where those decisions happen within your organization. Could be creative choices, could be commercial decisions, could be technical around fit, sizing, materials, avatars, knits, all of these things that we've touched on. But think about, what do you, your colleagues, your partners, what do you feel like you need to have in place in order to make those kind of decisions with confidence? And what would it take to replicate that confidence through digital means? Because I think when you answer those questions, you start to get to the heart of why we're still here, why we're having these kind of rich conversations, and why we're continuing to move forward 5 years into 3D Tech Fest, 15 years into my career in this space, a lot longer in the careers of people who've been working on this from the early days. It's because there are so many of those decisions to be made, and there's so much space still to go after when you think about improving the capabilities and the utility of digital assets and where they can stand in from their physical counterparts. So something to bear in mind as you go away from today. Tomorrow, you have the third and final day of 3D Tech Fest, not hosted by me, although I'm going to be watching some key sessions. That one is all about creating next generation customer experiences, which that's its own complete set of decisions to be made, not just for the brands and retailers that are creating those experiences, but for the consumers that are engaging with them. There's a couple sessions that I'm looking forward to tomorrow. There's a roundtable around fit, sizing, and virtual try-on. And then there's a session about creating comfortable compression bras and intimates, because that's a really kind of intersecting set of very uncompromising goals to go after. So I hope you tune in for everything tomorrow, and particularly those ones that look interesting for me. In the meantime, though, for now, thanks to all of our speakers from today. Thanks to the hosts behind the scenes for doing another fantastic job. If I can fit a tiny plug in here at the end, I'll say that the Interline is going to be releasing our DPC 3D report for 2024 in December. It'll be fully free to read, like everything we do, so keep an eye out towards the end of the year for that. I'm sure all of our speakers will be happy for you to connect with them on LinkedIn, and I certainly am as well. Thank you so much.